Everybody's here?
Yeah, Gary's the only one that's going to represent the crossing.
All of them?
He's
None
the
of
only
them
one.
came?
The rest of them, I don't think they're coming.
I gotta get up early, man. Honestly, they do. They gotta get up early. Got it. Good evening, everyone. We're gonna get started with the presentations for tonight's meeting. The first and only presentation we have today is very important. We have a proclamation for Crossing Guard Appreciation Day, and we have our head crossing guard, Gary Cardenas, here on behalf of the crossing guards. Anyone who attends any of the schools in Miami Lakes knows how important our crossing guards are in our community. They keep our children safe, and they keep the traffic organized throughout the school year. So we really appreciate everything that they do for us, and we want to take the time today to appreciate them on their special day.
Thank you, Mayor. A lot of folks know that these are some guys in the yellow vests and blue, and they said, oh, somebody out there directing kids. Don't realize how important and how critical that service is. At any moment in time, we could be saving one of your students' lives, as well as our own. If you watch TV, you saw in Pennsylvania, I think 2 days ago, or a day ago, a police officer, female corporal. Students coming across, car coming, she went out of her way, grabbed the student, brought it, and then the car hit her, and she was down. Last month, Pembroke Pines, student riding her bike home, hit by a car, lost her life the next day. It's closer than you think. And we're there 365, or at least whenever the school is open, rain, shine, heat, cold, fumes, you name it. Plus, we get to hear some not so nice words when we ask them to stop when they're not supposed to be. But I want to go there. No, you're not going to go there. Not until we cross your children. We're not allowed to cross children in between cars. So as long as the traffic's blocking the crosswalk, we cannot cross them. So we don't direct traffic. We're not allowed to. We simply have to control traffic. So we have to live with that. But one job we don't have to worry about anyone looking over our shoulders, because really nobody else wants it. So, and we can't do it virtually. We have to be there. So this, on behalf of my team, thank you. Thank you for recognizing their hard work and leave.
First, I wanted to read. Is that okay? All right. I wanted to read the names of all the crossing guards on our Miami Lakes team: Gary Cardenas, Sigafredo de la Cruz, Mercedes Delgado, Ireneo Moreno, Antonio Rodriguez, Carmen Rodriguez, Betsy Tejeda, and Pedro Vento. So thank you very much. And here's a proclamation on behalf of the town of Miami Lakes. Whereas in the town of Miami Lakes, public safety and protection of our children and families is paramount. And whereas each and every school day, thousands of dedicated crossing guards assist our children across busy streets as they arrive to and depart from school. And whereas the town of Miami Lakes prioritizes student safety and recognizes that education plays a critical role in ensuring the safety of our children and the crossing guards who assist them. And whereas the town of Miami Lakes school crossing guards are professionals who provide an essential service to our communities and deserve special recognition for their tireless efforts. And whereas the first Friday in February is an opportunity for Miami Lakers to recognize the hard work and dedication of those who protect Miami Lakes school children across our town. Now, therefore, I, Jeffrey Rodriguez, as the Vice Mayor of Miami Lakes and authority vested in me, on behalf of the Town Council and 33,000 residents, do hereby proclaim February 4th, 2022 as Crossing Guard Appreciation Day in the town of Miami Lakes.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. You know, I really have nothing else to add to that proclamation other than, you know, obviously the sense of security. But some of you might not know this. I literally park a block away from school every day, and I walk my children, and literally every day in the corner, they have the crossing guards. And it's that sense of community that I think really adds value. Because yes, you highlighted the safety, but one of the highlights of my children's day every day is to make sure that they go and say hi to you and the rest of your team. And I think that's not really underscored a lot and appreciated. But, you know, this community without its crossing guards, I think, loses something. So thank you so much, Gary. Thank you for your team, and thank you for being there every day. Appreciate you.
All right, 5 minutes. Madam Clerk, we can get the meeting started. Call the meeting to, no worries. Call the meeting to order.
Councilmember Dieguez,
Here.
Councilmember Coyaso,
Present.
Councilmember Alvarez is absent, Councilmember Ruano,
Present.
Councilmember Fernandez will be joining the meeting late, Vice Mayor Rodriguez,
Present.
Mayor Sid. Well, for purposes of the record, we see him on the TV monitor, but IT, we're having difficulties. We cannot hear him. We see Mayor Manny Sid. Yes, he has to unmute himself. Vice
We have
Mayor, you
quorum?
have quorum.
Excellent. Thank you, everyone. Please rise for the prayer led by Danny Fiallo from the Sea Scout Ship 144.
The prayer I'm going to be reading is the prayer my ship and I read after every meeting we have. So even though it's a scouter's prayer, it's a prayer that asks for things that everybody as a person should desire. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Dear Lord, from your judgment seat on high, look down on a scouter such as I. Search me through and find me whole, then help me, Lord, to reach my goal. Help me, Lord, to work for thee. Guard my homeland, keep it free. Help me to work with others and be kind, helpful with my hands and mind. Keep me, Lord, both well and strong, to help our growing boys along. Control my thoughts, keep them right, sound clean weapons for life's fight. Protect my morals, keep them high, grant this to a scouter such as I. Amen.
Thank you, Danny. We're going to have a brief moment of silence, if you could please remain standing. A brief moment of silence for Miami Laker and freebie driver Jose Castillo, who lost his life earlier this week. Thank you. Now we'll move on to the presentation of colors by Sea Scout Ship 144 Color Guard. Excellent. You may be seated. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Okay, now we're moving on to the Ariel Fernandez Better You Minute. We have a video.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, council members, staff, and residents of the town that's growing beautifully, Miami Lakes. I know many people who are always concerned about what others think and what others say. They don't understand why some people dislike them for no apparent reason. We hear the word hate so much nowadays that we fail to see how strong the word truly is. But here's what I say. If they hate you, love them back. We cannot allow for hate to ruin our lives or even change who we are. We must realize that no matter what we do and how we do it, how good we are to others, there will still be many who will dislike us without cause. But showing them love, you are countering their hate and making it a point to change the world we live in. So if someone hates you, love them back.
Thank you. Moving on to the order of business, deferrals, additions, deletions. I have a couple. So I'm going to be moving item 14J to right after public comments, followed by item 14H after 14J. Any other deferrals, additions, deletions?
Vice Mayor,
Yes, sir.
there's a item 12A. It's an ordinance and second reading. We'd like to pull that and defer it to March. We've spoken via text with Councilmember Fernandez, and he's okay with it. There's a couple tweaks in there dealing with code enforcement that we need to make sure that we have it right before we pass it on second reading.
Understood. Anything else? None? All right, make a motion.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, moving on to public comments.
Hello. All right. Okay. Good evening. My name is Armando Bernal IV. I'm here to speak in favor of item 14J. I live at 14850 Dade Pine Avenue, and I've been a resident of Miami Lakes for 15 years. I'm here today to propose the idea of building a skate park. If a city doesn't have a skate park, it becomes a skate park. That short sentence is tucked at the end of 30 Reasons, an essay published by Skaters for Public Skate Parks, SPS. This quote should jump off the page if you work for a city or a town. Skateboards, BMX bikes, freestyle scooters, and inline skates, we have seen them being propelled by teens all around our cities, in and out of traffic, and sometimes grinding across edges in our public spaces. So what's the alternative? Build a skate park. Building a skate park provides many benefits for kids and the community. As a matter of fact, SPS included in its essay that skate parks provide a safe place to recreate at a healthy athletic outlet for today's youth, which is facing a greater number of national health issues, displace the use of illicit drugs such as marijuana, as well as prevent gangs. So now, I ask you, ladies and gentlemen, what would you rather have? A teenager skating at a skate park, or a teenager who has nothing better to do and ends up joining a gang and selling drugs? This is obviously not the best outcome for our city. However, by giving our teens a way to express themselves in a positive manner, we could prevent all of this. It's our job as a city, as a community, to come together to help our teens. Our city has spent thousands of dollars on activities and playgrounds for children, ranging from the ages of newborns to 10-year-olds. There are over 100 individual playgrounds for these children, as well as 4 large playgrounds. But what about the teenagers? I think we can all agree that a 15-year-old needs more supervision than a 5-year-old. Ladies and gentlemen, it is only fair that we build a skate park for our teens and instill a sense of community among them. Teens will eventually sit in these same chairs and decide the future of Miami Lakes. So why should we as a community deny the construction of a skate park when all it does is benefit the community as well as the occupants of it? Please, let's take a chance to improve our city, to better the livelihood of its citizens, to better the urban architecture of Miami Lakes. Let's build a skate park. I'd like to add that I'm currently working on a petition, and I have over 200 Miami Lakes resident signatures in favor of this park. The reason I didn't bring it today is because my goal is to get 1,500 signatures so that you may all see the immense support for this park. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh. Thank you. Anyone else speaking public comments? Please come up, state your name and address for the record.
Good evening. My name is Sean Schwinghammer. I live at 14501 Dade Pine Avenue, Miami Lakes. And aside from my time, Miami Lakes did have a skateboard park, by the way, Mary Collins, thanks to her, but now we've replaced it with the youth center. But yeah, it was a good idea once before, it probably is again. I'm here, though, to speak about something else having to do with blasting. I was in Tallahassee last week as part of what I do, and I was with a number of our council people up there. I talked to my own legislative officials about the blasting situation that's been ongoing. For the record, I was one of the founders of Citizens Against Blasting over 20 years ago. And when we solved the situation, it was great. We solved it working with the county, working with the fire department that was in charge of regulations. And once we solved it, they moved the regulations to the state and took them out of our hands. But this is still a very tough fight to be able to have the residents gain some control back over their lives, those who are negatively affected by the effects of blasting. As I see it from the legislation that's been introduced right now, some things are fairly positive, but one of the most important things is to stop the DOA hearings. DOA hearings have been required by the state since they moved the regulations to the state. In a sense, if you think your house was affected by blasting, you can go to administrative hearing and have a review. You do not have the right to go to court. It's the only industry in the world that's protected, and the state that's protected by this way, that residents who have a grievance, emotional, physical damage, they can have some things discussed, but not all of it dealt with properly because they can't go to court. Removing the DOA is something that's essential. Now, the politicians don't want to touch it. They don't want to touch it because they don't want to upset blasting. That's what happens, all right? But there's a reality here. Having DOA, denying people their right to challenge someone in court when they've been aggrieved is unconstitutional. The thing is, no one's brought it up. I believe it's time the town can bring this up through our town attorney, and actually there are a group of lawyers, I am not one, who would love to work with the town attorney and demonstrate and review the constitutionality of the law the way it is, and then would work together to challenge it in court. But I think the town should be the main sponsor because the town's residents are aggrieved, and then we've got lawyers who will help out. But it's time that this issue, which has not been resolved in Tallahassee, won't be resolved in Tallahassee because there's a lot of money in Tallahassee and it's coming from the mines. It needs to take the other pathway. The other pathway is through the judicial process. So I'd ask the town to consider that, and I give compliments to the Blasting Committee for all their hard work and effort in trying to better the residents of Miami Lakes. And thank you all very much for your time.
Thank you, Sean. Anyone else? Hi, Bonnie.
I'm going to ask your permission. Wait a minute. I hope I have the right one. Is this on?
If you turn it on,
Yeah.
it takes a second.
Oh, there. Now is it on? No.
Yeah, but turn
This-
it off so you don't have.
It's just. This
There you
was
go.
easier.
There you go.
It's working. Okay. It's easier for me. Anyway, thank you. I've come before you, council and staff, many times to talk on different subjects. I think you all got a copy of an email I sent to Ppp Diaz and the commissioners this morning about the bridge issue. And I hope you all will be mounting a strong defense against that, maybe led by Councilman Dieguez and our Mr. Gastesi. But that's not what I was going to speak about tonight. It has finally become clear to me what has been going wrong with the way Miami Lakes is evolving. I pulled up on the computer the master plan, the strategic master plan called Imagine Miami Lakes 2015 to 2025. You're going to be considering adopting it tonight. That document to me was just mind-boggling. Now I see where all of these initiatives and projects that you're constantly introducing are stemming from. Obviously a group, albeit a very small one, of dedicated residents got together with the some council members for workshops years ago, and they came up with this overly comprehensive and very detailed wish list of things they thought would enhance our town. But I'm here to say I think they overdid it. There are 163 initiatives listed. 4 of them are labeled not to be addressed, and 28 have been accomplished so far. That leaves 131 initiatives still in place. This has got to stop because you're leading the town like the lemmings who plunge headlong over the cliff to their deaths. We do not need to grow continuously. We're already almost morbidly obese. Our town was designed to be a lovely residential community with just the right number of businesses and amenities to sustain us and make us comfortable. Our quality of life diminishes with every new initiative that is proposed. You must stop the mad rush toward ever more congestion. Things like having 8-foot wide sidewalks throughout our town, or bringing Sport 350 LLC to use our Optimist Field for a full-scale basketball program do not really have a good place here. Ever more revenue coming into our town coffers does not improve our quality of life. You all live here too. Surely you must realize that the time is long overdue to stop the rat race. The master plan has been modified time and time again, usually to add more to it. And that attitude is wrong. If you want to leave a legacy of having done something meaningful and beneficial to this town, throw out the cumbersome master plan and come up with a simple, concise one that preserves and protects what is already here. We don't want to become another community drowning in urban sprawl, higher taxes, and so-called progress. You
Thank
have
you,
the
Bonnie.
power to save it.
Thank you very much.
Please use it.
I'd give you more time, but you know we got started a little late today, and I don't want to keep everybody here too late. Thank you, though. Anyone else? You have to turn it on again because they turned it off. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Yesenia Gonzalez. I live in 11800 Northeast 11th Avenue, Biscayne Park, Florida, 33161. I first just wanted to come, as I've come before, to thank you in reference to the naming of the street for Sergeant First Class Arechaga. Just in case so you guys know, we do have some shirts that we will be wearing that day that we have made for the family and friends. But I'm here actually today in reference to Rare Disease Day. I believe each one of you have received a ribbon. This month is for rare diseases. I have worked with Councilman Coyaso before in reference to rare diseases. So I just want, I don't know if you guys remember, last meeting I had asked for you guys to bring forward in reference to considering, marketing the rare disease virtual walk, so that I'm working with the special advisory board. Not sure if they brought it to the table. I had gone to the meeting, but I thought I was gonna have my own council meeting. But I'm gonna have theirs in a couple of weeks. So just in case if it wasn't brought, something for you guys to consider, if maybe considering proclamating February 28th, Rare Disease Day. So that's really why I'm here. But thank you for everything that you've done. Just awareness and support. If you can wear the ribbon that day, greatly appreciated. I know a lot of families that have been affected with rare diseases, and it's something that isn't brought forward. So we try to bring awareness in this month. Thank you, and thank you for everything.
Thank you, Yesenia. Anyone else wishing to speak in public comments?
Angelo Garcia, 16441 Northwest 77th Place. You know, I come up here, and I don't like to come up here to, you guys think that I'm going to pitchfork you guys or be, but there's just, you know, Bonnie was just up here, and I've seen her for so many years come up here and talk, and I wonder how much of it do we grasp? How much of it do we take in? How much of it do we really think about it, and we do things about it? What brings me here today, some of you have the pictures. Who of you have the pictures of the, okay, so great. Actually, that was just something quick that I went to go get a soup on the other side by El Limon or whatever it's called over on the other side. And I went over on my bike, and I almost ran over a piece of metal with my bike. Do you guys see the piece of metal? That's a piece of metal that got hit somewhere across one of those guardrails got hit. And it's been there. Literally, I've been tracking it for months and months and months. So I say to myself, wow, this is just on the sidewalk. Imagine all the other things that are somewhere else that I haven't even seen, you know. So then I started looking, and I went over to the canal. There's a piece of PVC that you have it there that's been there for months, no, for years, because it was in the water, and then all that erosion on it, and you can see it. You can go out there and look at it. So, and then you have another one that's a light that's been open, that's been there for months. Actually, I know who's supposed to fix it, but I'm not going to fix it because somebody here gets paid to fix it. And it's not my job. I do it for free. So, moving forward, there's a whole bunch of other things that don't have enough time to talk about them. Last night around 5:30 in the morning, 5:30 a.m., I make a right close to Station 1, and I look over the 60-foot pine, and I get off. And it's totally dry. Tomorrow, somebody here can go and confirm it. What happens if we get a wind, a gusty wind, and that pine comes down? If there's cars around it, there's going to be catastrophe. Why hasn't somebody seen the tree? Why is it that it's only me that I get to see these things? Where is the people in public works that get paid, or other departments that are supposed to be doing their job? Like that, I've seen so many things. I've seen tanks of propane. So what I'm going to do now, from now on, is I'm going to start taking pictures. There'll be a nice library, and I'm going to start sending it to you guys so you guys can see what is out there. I just hope that we take some consideration. Thank you very much. Okay?
Thank you, Angelo.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Already?
Thank you, Brian.
I didn't even get my name on the record.
Go ahead.
Brian Morera, 15853 Northwest 91st Court. Council, I come directly from the Miami-Dade County Transportation, Mobility, and Planning Committee hearing. It was a joy to see members of this council as well as Mayor Sid at that meeting, and I do want to report to the residents that they were there preemptively fighting this resolution proposed by Commissioner Jose Pepe Diaz. For those who are not aware in the audience, Commissioner Jose Pepe Diaz has decided that he wants to push our county commission into opening the 154th Street Bridge. I'm not even going to bother explaining to this audience and to this council the negatives. You already know. I'm only here to say we've already fought this fight before. We'll fight it again. We'll continue to fight it every time it comes up because this is death for our town. Traffic is already completely out of hand in this town. This would only worsen it to a degree where it would make Miami Lakes unlivable. That being said, I want to share with you, because I know that the members of the town council and the mayor who were present had to leave to be at this meeting and beat the horrendous traffic on the way back in here. I want to tell you what happened after you left. Once the item returned after public comment, Commissioner Sosa, she said that it's time to open it up. That, who cares? We don't need studies. We don't need an impact test to see how this would actually affect Miami Lakes residents. We don't need those things. Commissioner Regalado said that she just doesn't understand why this keeps getting proposed as simply a ramp from one side to the other and does not include the ramps to get on I-75, which, I mean, I'm not a traffic expert, but I think that that would actually be a little bit better because a lot of that traffic that would otherwise be coming through Miami Lakes would instead go through I-75. Commissioner Cohen-Higgins stated she was the one who moved for this item to go to the full Board of County Commissions and then allow for Commissioner Garcia, our commissioner, and Commissioner Diaz, the one who proposed this, to talk it out there in front of everyone, since they were the actual interested parties. Commissioner Heyman said, echoed the sentiments of Cohen Higgins, stating, give the mayors a chance to work things out. So what she stated was that she did not want this resolution expedited. Let's give the mayors as much time as possible to settle this amicably. And Commissioner Aileen Higgins stated that the same thing, full board, and she's the chairwoman of the committee, that it should move to the full board for discussion and adding the on-ramp. Unfortunately, this ridiculous motion did pass. And so this will now go to the full Board of County Commissioners, where we need to continue to fight this every step of the way.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you very much.
Give me 1 second. We're having issues.
No problem. Oh wait, I'm gonna take this opportunity because Brian is a friend of mine, and I didn't want to say it before. We're not supposed to be clapping after each item, but I felt bad saying something because I felt like the speaker was gonna feel bad that I didn't want people to clap for them. So Brian, this has nothing to do, but please let's not clap for all the items. Thank you. Sorry, Brian.
Good evening, everyone. Stephen Herzberg, 16745 Northwest 84th Court. First, thank you for the members of the council, and I saw Brian. I was watching the meeting at my office for showing up. Obviously, that's a big issue for this town. It's going to become number one or number two, along with blasting. As many of you know, I'm part of the blasting board and the secretary of the board. I just want to express my comments in support of committees and the boards in general. You know, government's supposed to work from the bottom up, not from the top bottom. A lot of the times we look at it from a top-bottom approach, which is wrong. And when you look at the town of Miami Lakes, the committees are the bottom, but the committees are the people. They're the constituents that you guys appoint to these boards. And it's important to have an active, participating constituent group. And the reason I'm here is to make sure that the town, the staff, and residents understand that it's important to make sure the funding for these committees are here. There's no doubt that there are many residents, like myself, that look at the town budget and see where every dollar goes. It is our money. But, and I'm sure you all get a complaint about money going here and there. But I just want to reiterate the fact how important these committees are, whether it's advocating for a specific issue, whether it's having events bringing the community together, whether it's bringing out and informing the public on important issues. These committees are vital to the town of Miami Lakes. It creates a sense of town, and it's important that the council continues to make sure that funding is there for all of them for the important things that they do. And just briefly, the item from the vice mayor regarding skate parks, I think it's a fantastic idea. I've seen it done in many other towns. And you want to keep the kids here, and you want to keep the kids in the park. Let's make somewhere where they can stay instead of, like the previous speaker said, instead of making the town the park, give them a park to skate at. It's probably not going to be very costly. You're looking at some cement and other things for skating. So it's a good idea, and the town should consider it seriously. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Anyone else wishing to speak in public comments?
Thank you very much. I'm Angel Armesto, and I'd first like to start off by thanking my chairman of the Blasting Advisory Board, Miguel Martinez, for all the hard work he does, my secretary, Steve Herzberg, and my vice chair, my good friend, Rodolfo Blanco, and all my other members, and all the hard work that they do. Second, I'd like to thank the council for empowering us and leading us to do a lobbying trip to Tallahassee. With that being said, I'd like to empower you now. One of the ordinances is protection of town property. Is that not the opposite of what the blasting companies are doing to us? Are they protecting us, or are they damaging our town property? Are they damaging us? Questions. There are many solutions that I'd like to empower you with. Number one, we have bills currently in session with Senator Manny Diaz and with Tom Fervicio, our representative in the area. I would like for you to be our advocate and our friend, and to please help us and give them the nudge that they need, the help that they need, because they're just humans like us. They need help, and if you could give them that help, that'd be very and greatly appreciated. Second, we need an amending of the language in the appropriations bill from Senator Manny Diaz to give back the jurisdiction to the county. Third, the town of Miami Lakes should consider a constitutional law lawyer group to tackle the constitutionality of the statute that is currently preventing us from seeking our compensation and seeking our compensation from being damaged. That is the DOA Act that circumvents the Equal Protection Clause in the Constitution. We are not able, as citizens, as human beings, to be defended. We're not able to defend ourselves. The town should have this group of lawyers, constitutional lawyers, tackle the DOA constitutionality. Thank you.
Thank you, Angel. Anyone else wishing to speak in public comments?
Good evening, Claudia Lucis, 8220 Menteith Terrace. I'd like to take a moment to thank Mayor Manny Sid, Vice Mayor Jeffrey Rodriguez, Councilwoman Marilyn Ruano, Town Manager Edward Peterman for attending this afternoon's meeting. Would have loved to have been there, but unfortunately I couldn't make it. However, obviously this item brought up by Commissioner Pepe Diaz is very disturbing. I don't believe in rewarding bad behavior, and that's exactly what our county commission is doing. And I applaud you for taking the stand that you did for, on behalf of the residents of Miami Lakes. This is going to be a difficult fight, and I do agree that we have to continue fighting because this is going to affect our quality of life, and that is a fact. I would like to see, moving forward, since this is obviously coming up before the commission. Oh, and Kobiea, I missed you too. Sorry, now that I saw you in my peripheral. Yeah, I was there. Yes, you were. I think that we need to somehow, the same way that we've organized other efforts, try to organize something. I would be willing to obviously go down there if I have ample notice so that I can take care of work-related issues because this is something that's detrimental to our town. Now, listening to some of the comments that were made were a little bit disturbing. I'm not a communist. I don't believe in taking from others, especially those that have worked hard. I believe in choices. Economics is exactly that, choices, needs versus wants. You made a choice. Those elected officials in Hialeah knew exactly what they approved. Those people who purchased homes in that area knew exactly what they purchased. There is one road in, one road out. Where, please tell me, is the surprise? I don't get it. And I'm a fairly reasonable person. I don't get it. Explain it to me. And this is the one question that I do not see asked. We need to press them. Why is it that you approved all of these developments? 4 massive developments. Councilwoman Ruano and I know about this because we tackled this, 10, 15 years ago when we found out about these developments. Doesn't take a genius to notice that when you purchase in one of these developments and there's 600 homes and there's 4 of these developments, you're gonna have issues. Just gonna throw it out there. But please do not blame your poor decision making on us. Again, I don't believe in taking from others to give to others who have made a bad decision. It's called consequences in life. Deal with them. You have problems, it doesn't work for you, move. But you do not have the reason to come here selfishly and then ruin our quality of life. So I think it's important that we send that message. Now, to that point, obviously, we have to entertain the idea. 30 more seconds. 20, 15. You gave Bonnie some. You gave Bonnie 15 seconds.
I'll let Bonnie finish her thought. Finish your thought.
Finish my thought.
Yes.
Thank you. Oh, well, that's good. Okay. I'm thinking. I'm trying to put it all together. So, what I was going to say is coming back to the Optimist Park. I really think that we need to put a hold on all of these investments until we figure out what we're going to do with the bridges. We are going to have to incur expenses, wear and tear on our roads, additional police staff. Okay, I'm wrapping it up.
Yeah,
and
please.
all of these things. So we need to really look at these things before we invest in more things in the town. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Claudia. Anyone else? Public comments? Madam Clerk, do you have anyone online?
Yes, we have, well, whoever is at home that wants to participate, just unmute yourself. Welcome, name and address for the record. I see 2 participants.
Esperanza Reynolds, can you hear me?
Yes, we do. Welcome, Ms. Reynolds.
Thank you very much. 8465 Menteith Terrace. Thanks for attending today's commissioners meeting to speak against the resolution urging for the opening of 154th Street. Your points were brilliant, and hopefully this matter was tabled for a later day, but now I hear that it's going to go forward. So I hope that we gather Miami Lakers and Palm Springs North communities, FDOT, Hialeah, to consider the alternatives of ramps that allow traffic to flow out of our respective areas. Please consider the will of the people to achieve the consent of the governed. Now, my second comment deals with license plate readers. Think, a license plate reader is a tool for law enforcement, much like a defibrillator is to a medical person. Neither provides a guaranteed outcome. The LPR compares tags to a list of numbers stored in a computer database to alert the authorities with time and location when a hit is made. The system transmits the information to patrol units in the affected zone. The wanted vehicle may or may not even ever be seen again. It could end up in the bottom of a lake, just as the person who the paramedics used the defibrillator on, he may die anyway. Installing a license plate reader at the entrance to an HOA is like putting a defibrillator in every first aid kit. The LPR reports license plates that for some reason have been identified as being wanted. But not all bad guys have their license numbers in the system. Not all stolen cars are in the system. Not all of the numbers in the system are even bad guys. So just think of medical alerts and or missing persons. Some criminals cover the license plates, so these are not even readable. Of all the numbers in the system, the chances of one of them entering our community is so remote that it defies calculation. As a tool, it could be arguably make sense to install readers entering from the expressway. If there is extra money and we're extremely safety conscious, we might install readers on 67th Avenue and 154th Street. But if we insist on having readers inside Miami Lakes, the logical location would be the area where monthly reports from the police department identify as higher crime areas. A former police officer told me criminals tend to gravitate and can be found where crime is occurring. So where are the high crime areas in Miami Lakes? Find out and put the license plate readers there. Thanks for listening. And now Alex has comments as well. Thank you.
Hello, Alexander Ariano, Lakeland, Ellen. Thanks to the information provided by the public records request, we know there are only 2 LPR cameras installed by the town of Miami Lakes. Their location is 154th and the Palmetto Expressway and 87th Avenue and Northwest 170th Street. We also have 2 mobile LPR trailers. Do council members realize how very few cameras are installed in the town of Miami Lakes? And if so, how can you have such a success rate of catching criminals and stolen tags? LPRs are a tool the town promotes as a cure to all vehicular crime. Town representatives say that many criminals are caught and crime is prevented because of LPRs, but no actual data or analysis was provided. Very few actual incidents where police responded to license plate hit were provided. Those who advocate for LPRs may not think these are the ultimate solution, because if they did, why are there no cameras installed at all town entrances? For example, there are none on Red Road, none on Ludlam, and not all the expressway entrances and exits have LPRs installed. A safe community or an HOA where most of the traffic comes from property owners entering or exiting, coming and going to work, makes us wonder why the town is pressing HOAs to pay for and install LPRs. License plate readers at the entrances and exits of HOAs is overkill and a total waste of residents' assessments. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else, Madam Clerk?
Anyone else at home that wishes to speak? I don't see anyone. But if you do, let me see. We have another number. I'm not sure if the person wants to participate, but good evening and welcome. If you wish to participate in public comments, just unmute yourself and state your name and address for the record. Vice Mayor, I believe we have no more public comments.
Okay, thank you very much. Public comments are closed. Madam Clerk, for the record, Councilman Fernandez arrived during public comments. Notice his
Noted,
attendance.
thank you.
And
Vice Mayor.
Yes, sir.
So there's going to be moments throughout the meeting that I'm going to have to be stepping to the side. So if you guys don't see me, I'm going to be on once in a while on daddy duty. So just so you guys are aware, if just in case you don't see me.
No worries. Enjoy. Councilman Dieguez, I think you said you wanted
Yes.
to open up
Yes, Mr.
the order of
Vice
business.
Mayor.
I'll make a
Yes.
motion to open the order of business.
Yes, I want to, at this time, move
Oh,
to
we need to
reopen
vote.
the
We
order
need
of
to vote
business.
on the opening of order of business.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'd like to add item 14K, which would be petition gathering related to the bridges at 154th Street, Northwest 154th Street, and Northwest 170th Street.
Okay.
I'll second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone else? Councilman Coyaso?
Yes, I'd like to pull from consent item 10C for discussion.
Item 10C is pulled from consent for discussion. Okay. Anyone else? Move the new order of business.
I'll move to adopt the amended order of business.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, moving on. Item 14J, this is mine. Regarding the skate park, you guys have heard a lot about it. I would like to make a motion to direct town staff to analyze the cost of designing and building a skate park at either Veterans Park or the Youth Center Park East.
Second.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Motion passes. Going on to item 14H. This is my item as well, the Ppp Ordinance. I would like to bring up the students from Miami Lakes Middle School to discuss directing town staff on developing an ordinance regarding private-public partnerships throughout the town.
As a point of order, before we proceed, I believe the skate park item required a waiver. At least so it's written in my agenda.
Okay. Madam Clerk?
Absolutely. Thank you, Councilmember Coyaso.
Okay. Can I get a motion to move that?
I'll move to waive Rule 7.2. Second.
All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Thank you. Moving on to item 14H. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, distinguished council members, staff, and residents of the town of Miami Lakes. My name is Lucia Bring, and I am joined by
You guys want to grab a couple mics and turn them on, so that way you don't have to each come up.
Amanda Puig,
Gabriel Mesa,
Mike Monzon,
Isabella Arauz,
Rochelle Salnauv,
Isabela Ferreiro,
Maria Bracho,
Brianna Bautista,
Gianna Basanscoto, and Jasmine Grillo.
And we are from the Miami Lakes Center for Civic Leadership. Today we are actually joined by our principal, Ms. Medina, our teacher, Ms. De Yarza, and alumni and assistant coach, Maurice Acosta. Tonight we will be presenting our proposal for P3s in the town of Miami Lakes. We hope you enjoy.
First off, a P3 is a business.
Please excuse us 2 minutes. They're getting the clicker to work. Okay, perfect.
They got it. There you go.
First off, a P3 is a business relationship between the public sector and the private sector in which the purpose is to complete a project that serves the public. A P3 is also an innovative procurement that delivers public needs.
P3s can be most used and are seen in things such as roads, schools, water treatment facilities, and even recreational facilities. The first ever P3 is the Suez Canal. The Suez Canal of Company of France, the Suez Canal Company of France was the first P3 that created a 99-year contract with Egypt, allowing them to build and operate the canal. We can see early examples of government including the public sector in terms of transportation in our early nation. Being that roads were needed, that we barely had any, the Philadelphia and Lancaster Turnpike Road was established in Pennsylvania. This is considered to be a P3, however, it is not. This is typical to be seen in government. This sort of interaction is typically seen in government with our private sector. Another example would be the early steamboats of New York and New Jersey. Although these were considered P3s, the first ever P3 was by California state legislation, which was established in 1989, followed by Virginia a couple of years later.
Public-private partnerships have benefits for both the public and the private sector. When it comes to the public sector, we can see how it enhances assets and services and overall productivity. When it comes to the private sector, we can see how the building of these relationships actually comes to a benefit, not only for them, but actually for us as government as well. And we can also see how bringing in the private can let them bring in expertise that the government might actually not have. Overall, we can say that the benefits of P3s are effective in product and service. All great measurements have disadvantages, and so do P3s. When it comes to the public sector, some disadvantages may be, I'm so sorry, I have cards. When it comes to the public sector, some disadvantages may be defining the output. This comes down to communication. When we talk about defining the output, we have to establish clear communication and say, what do we want over how do we want it? Another disadvantage may be how it is poorly understood by the public. This can actually be mitigated by something our town is actually going to do in 2 days, which is having a workshop, allowing for government to explain to its people what these contracts actually entail. Disadvantages on the private sector's behalf include the idea that these contracts are long-term. However, these long-term contracts are what build relationships that will eventually come to benefit, as I said, not only the private sector, but the public sector as well. Another disadvantage that the private sector may entail is risk. However, these can be mitigated through good decision-making and effectiveness in the process.
There are some common misconceptions that people make when referring to P3s. One of them being that P3s equal privatization. This is not the case. In no way, shape, or form are P3s privatization. P3s are actually contracts that P3s share earnings and profits. P3s share authority and who is in charge. P3s are long-term contracts that take many years. This is an important distinction to make, as to not confuse P3s with privatization, a contract with complete private sector control.
There are many different types of P3 contracts. However, they all follow a simple outline. First, what do we want? Second, how do we want it? And third, what will the contract entail? If we look to the table to the right, we can see different types of P3 contracts, all planned out by government. In the first column, we see a DB contract. These are design-build contracts. These entail that government will do everything except design and build, which will go under contract lines. If we go to the last column, DBFOM, these contracts actually entail design, build, finance, operation, and maintenance.
As shown in the chart and map, 76% of states and the District of Columbia have P3 legislation, while the other 24% do not. This is very different to what we had 10 years ago, where only 46% of states had P3 legislation.
Here we can see that barely any states have P3 legislation. As a matter of fact, only 10% of states have P3 legislation for counties, 10% of states have P3 legislation for states, 8% of states have P3 legislation for all levels of government, and 16% for local P3s. P3s can be used in many different ways, and it is shown throughout the United States. 12% of the P3s in the United States are education related, so they mainly have to do with schools and colleges. 24% are road related, so they would have to do with highways and bridges. And 14% are unique instances. And we can actually see an example of that in Illinois, where they passed legislation establishing a P3 to build a south suburban airport. A great example of P3s I use would be the city of Jacksonville. Hemmings Park was a park very near and dear to Jacksonville. We can actually even relate it to Hemmings Park to Jacksonville as Grand Central Station is to New York. The cracks and the damages that were found on the park is what mainly inspired the 5-year-long contract in 2015 between the city and the park.
The contract allowed the Friends of Hemming Park to enhance and repair the historic plaza. As well as for financing and funding, the city of Jacksonville agreed to fund for the first 18 months from the city Parks Department $200,000 and from the DIA $800,000, as well as how the Friends of Hemming Park are required to raise $250,000 for the first 18 months of the term.
As seen through the earlier maps, the state of Florida does have P3 legislation. This would be statute 255.065. This is Florida's introduction and guidelines for county and local P3s.
Here we can see that only 9 counties in the whole state of Florida have P3 legislation, including Miami-Dade County, the largest county, meaning that only 86% of counties in Florida do not have P3 legislation. We can also see that 90% of the cities in Florida do not have P3 legislation, meaning only 10% of the cities in Florida do.
In 2018, the city of Sweetwater passed an ordinance, ordinance number 4414, which established P3s.
This ordinance set instructions and guidelines for solicited and unsolicited proposals in the city of Sweetwater. When it came to solicited proposals, government would start these and the private sector would respond according to the solicitation needs. When it came to unsolicited proposals, government actually encouraged these and the private sector would have to pay a fee to pay for the proceedings. My apologies. Miami-Dade has its own P3 legislation. The Venn diagram to to my left and behind me actually show a comparison between the legislation of Miami-Dade and the ordinance of the city of Sweetwater. Differences we can see is how the city of Sweetwater focuses on city-related issues, while the Miami-Dade law focuses on more broad county issues. Another difference we can note is that the ordinance of the city of Sweetwater speaks about both solicited and unsolicited proposals, while the Miami-Dade law only speaks about unsolicited proposals.
We will now present our proposal for your consideration. Thank you.
Bless you. We propose to bring P3s to the town of Miami Lakes. We think this should be done by first having the town adapt the ordinance by the city of Sweetwater to fit the needs and the governance of the town of Miami Lakes. We want to bring P3s to the town of Miami Lakes because we think that P3s can deliver public services of high quality at a lower cost to taxpayers.
Dr. Thomas Ross is a published author, and he has been a professor for 30 years at the University of British Columbia. He specializes in the instruction of P3s. Throughout our meetings with Dr. Ross, he helped us better understand the concept of P3s. Additionally, we contacted several professionals and are in the process of arranging virtual meetings in the next few weeks. So what do you say, Town Council? Let's bring public-private partnerships to the town of Miami Lakes. We are now open for any comments or questions or concerns that you may have. Thank you for your time and consideration.
I wish you guys could all clap for that, but you can't. Thank you so much. As always, you guys are amazing, excellent. So I'm going to open up to the council first and see if they have any comments or questions of you guys. Anyone?
Just want to echo the Vice Mayor's sentiment. Excellent presentation as always, and I think a good segue and foundation for the workshop that we're going to be having on Thursday. So thank you.
Thank you so much. And I was the councilman that actually proposed the workshop, kind of because we've been hearing so much of a lot of, I guess, advocacy for P3s, right, from some of the elected officials up here, and then the public also being informed, or maybe sometimes even misinformed, of what's good, what's bad. So really, the foundation of our knowledge base started on a curiosity that was piqued because of that, and I think that's kind of what piqued your curiosity. Somehow, you've heard of this concept, took it on as a class project, and you guys did an outstanding job of presenting the information. And you know, we're going to be in this ride together. I think you guys have already laid a good foundation where we may be learning from you. So, you know, whoever contacted me in the group, thank you so much. I've already started talking to you, you know, what my mind's going through, what are the next steps, right? Because we've heard so much of recreational facilities, right? Let's put an athletic field. Is that truly a public-private partnership? Serves a public purpose? Those are the things that are kind of going through, but you guys are off on a great step. I don't think that there's going to be anybody opposed to this issue, and you know, great for being partners with us, right? This is kind of like a P3. We're here in the public office. You guys are in school learning, and it's kind of a mutual partnership, and I think we're going to go through this right together. So thank you so much. You did an outstanding job, and let's see where it takes us.
Excellent. Councilman Ruano?
Thank you so much. I echo everything said. You guys always impress me. I wish that when I was your age, I was able to understand these concepts as well as you do. So a couple of questions. I wanted to know, will you be joining us at our workshop?
Yes, we will.
Thank you. So then I'm going to give you a little homework, right? I like to play devil's advocate, and I like to always look at the details of what can go wrong. It's kind of just the way that my brain is programmed, and I like to try to tackle those things before they happen. So if you guys can maybe brainstorm amongst yourselves and find some of those little details that might, you know, catch us as a council in a pickle when we put together our ordinance, or some of the downsides, some of the negatives per se. There's a lot of positives, right? And we're all very excited about working with the private sector on these P3s. But I know that your brains work a lot better than mine. Mine is old and tired. So maybe you guys can bring us some of those maybe little things that we haven't thought about, so that we can think about them during our workshop. Thank you.
Excellent. Mayor, I see you there. You want to chime in?
No, they did a great job. I wish that they can serve on the town council because we need more of that forward thinking, that growth mindset where, you know, you understand that government can be a tool for good and helping people and partnering with things. When we can't afford to do certain improvements, I think you have to look at those P3s and see if we can do it to serve a public purpose. So, no, I'm looking forward to hearing that from that presentation on Thursday, but more importantly, getting the kids' feedback because I think their perspective, they're the future. Any P3 that gets discussed, they're the ones that are going to be utilizing it, and they're really the ones that are going to be enjoying the fruits of all those P3s. It's really not us, right? Maybe us, but really them and that future generation. So thank you, guys.
Thank you, Mayor. All right, so Madam Clerk, I'm just going to clarify the motion in case you didn't get it. It's I'd like to direct town staff to work on developing an ordinance, a local town ordinance regarding public-private partnerships in the town.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Excellent. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you so much for having us.
Moving on to item 8A, committee reports from the Blasting Advisory Board. The blasting contingent, as I like to call.
Evening, everybody. My name is Miguel Martinez. I'm the chair of the Blasting Advisory Board. Give you guys an update and report from our Tallahassee trip. On January 24th, 2022, the Blasting Advisory Board flew to Tallahassee to lobby for the blasting bill submitted by State Rep. Fabricio. We discovered that the Biners lobbyists had spread word to discredit us by spreading a false narrative. Through decorum and facts, we proved them wrong. We handed out nearly 100 informational folders, which I gave to you guys now, and not one person spoken to did not give us support. Critical meetings included those with the CFO, Jimmy Petronis' office, with the chair of the Regulatory Reform Subcommittee, the Honorable Bob Rommel. Understand that is the first committee for these bills. Last year, Rep. Fabricio's bill was not even heard because they were held at this committee. Notably, we learned that Julie Jones, who reports directly to Jimmy Petronis, the CFO, was tasked with the duty of obtaining information relating to the blasting issue. After our meeting with her, she would be awarding an RFP for an independent company based out of Texas to monitor our area, including the installation of equipment to do so. Representative Rommel expressed his discontent with the situation and challenged me to substantiate our statement of other mining operations in the area detonating below trigger limits. That is to say, the minimum detectable level for the mining my eyesight's not what it used to be. That is to say, the minimum detectable level for the seismograph to detect the energy wave. He gave his word to make some phone calls, quote unquote, to end the issue if we could provide the data. I immediately reached out to our contacts at the CFO's office and confirmed the information, and I provided it to Rep. Rommel shortly after return to Florida, to Miami, South Florida. I want to give you a list of all the meetings that we had. The following is a list of conducted meetings. On Tuesday, Representative Grieco, Representative Fabricio, Representative Daly, Representative Ingaglia, and Senator Diaz. On Wednesday, Senator Tadeo. We met with the staff, Tony Rodriguez, Representative Rizzo, CFO Jimmy Petronis, CFO Enforcement Julie Jones, Representative Rommel, Senator Lauren Brooks, staff Angel Gonzalez, who is a Miami Lakes resident, Senator Pizzo, Representative Lupus, Lieutenant Governor Deputy Chief of Staff Cristina Castillo. Now, taking advantage of our group, we began canvassing. While some members weren't part of a particular meeting, the rest moved around the Capitol. They reported and provided those folders to House Speaker Pro Tempore Avila, CFO Director Caleb Spencer, Senator Lori Berman, Senator Gary Farmer, Senator Elena Garcia, Senator Fernandez, staff Daphne Fernandez, Representative Beltran, Representative McFarland, Representative Dugan, Representative Escamani, the lobbyist Becker and Polikoff, Representative Jose Clech Fuentes, CFO Chief of Staff Susan Miller, the Attorney General Mooney's staff, and Representative David Barrero. The trip was an astounding success and exceeded all our expectations. I can tell you that. There was not one official on both sides of the aisle that did not agree with us and show support. I believe we are at a pivotal time with this issue, and we must continue to push for an equitable solution. As the chair of this board, I cannot take the credit alone. The Blasting Advisory Board has acted as a well-tuned machine, setting the bar. Further, we recognize that this is a community-wide problem, and as a community, we have come together to fight this. I'd like to also personally thank each member of the board, the town council, Representative Tom Fabricio, Representative Alex Rizzo, Senator Diaz, and all those in the community that have assisted with filing complaints and sending their emails. The emails actually set the stage for our presentations. They all knew about us. The issue appears to be finally gaining a foothold and a real change, and we're looking forward to finally experiencing some relief for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I honestly, on behalf of the council and every single resident of this community, I want to say thank you so much for all the work that you and your committee do on behalf of these residents. I know, as you know, we've been up there before, and we got doors slammed in our faces. And you guys, I'm sure you did too, but we keep fighting, right? So you guys, thank you so much for everything you've done, and I know I speak for the council when I say that. So
Thank you.
anybody else want to chime in?
I'll second those thoughts. And what specific, the reason why I want to speak in particular now is just, again, Miguel, as always, you've always stepped up to the plate from day one, you know, so definitely want to congratulate you and thank you for your leadership in particular on this issue. When others have failed to step up, you've always stepped up. And I go back to the bus tour and some of the reticence that I had with approving funds for a travel budget to go to Tallahassee. Are we going to have another situation like that tour where it was just you and Edel and I think that was it really, or maybe two other people at most. So I'm glad to see that with this new group here, much more involved, willing to put in the effort and the time, and I do feel that it was worth the investment. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, guys.
I have a question for the committee.
I just wanted to add to make sure that, on behalf of everyone, there's nobody in the state that works harder than Miguel Martinez. And
Agreed.
multiple people that we spoke to in the representative office get those emails. So to the council, when people talk about blasting, make sure they send the reports, they send the emails. It works. It's a marathon, not a sprint. We're going to get there, but more pressure, the better.
Thank you very much, guys. Councilman Coyaso.
Yes, no, I have a couple, Miguel, I have a couple questions. You know, and I think that closing sentiment that you said, it's a marathon, it's not a sprint, you know. What happens is apathy, right? And I think that's what your group suffers from a lot. When I mean the homeowners, they're frustrated because they continue to get bombarded. And you know, I see that energizing this group. I see you guys building a coalition. I see you guys building momentum, not necessarily letting you hold that back, hold you down. And Miguel, I think you have a lot to play with that because you have not been stopped, right? You are tireless, you are relentless, and you're a true champion for this cause. But we still get frustrated, right, as residents who continue to embark on that. And I wanted to go back to some of your comments. And I know you've had a lot of meetings. Was it finally heard in committee? Was the bill finally heard in committee? Or has it been calendared yet?
Not yet, not yet.
Not yet. That's the goal, right? That elusive, let's just make it to step one. And it might not be this year, right? We already know that several committee calendars have gone through. Mayor knows best of this process as he's worked up there in Tallahassee. You know, you're not chasing your tail. Continue the efforts, right? But that's step one. And then from there, we'll move on. But continue hammering away, whatever we can do to continue to facilitate that. Thank you so much to your efforts and continue to put up the good fight.
Thank you.
If I can just add something real quick. Sure.
Yeah, of course.
Councilman Coyaso, your point is well taken. And one of the things I wanted to emphasize is not only was this particular trip a success in and of itself, but how much this particular group learned during this group, which can then be applied, because none of us kid ourselves. We know it is a marathon. We know that this is going to require going back to Tallahassee again whether it be because we do get it on the agenda and now we got to lobby again for it to pass committee. But if it doesn't make it, then we're going back January of next year. And the things that we learned on this particular trip are going to make next year even more successful. You know, this is something I think all of us are concerned with blasting, but maybe we weren't experts at lobbying, and I would not say that we are now. But we certainly learned a lot. Things that we will weaponize over the course of this year and apply them come next time we're in January. So that's what I want to say.
Excellent.
Yeah, just to echo the sentiments of the whole group, it was a success. There's no doubt about it. But 2 key words: follow up. We need all of us in this room. And as a city, we need to follow up with our representatives. It's the only way anything will get done. There's just no other way, because it's an immense project. I was surprised how some people in Tallahassee had no idea. You know them, we saw them, we visited some of them. And then on the other side, we have some representatives that knew exactly what was going on. They knew Idel of Ore in a matter of seconds. How could that be? Where you have 150, 160 representatives, and some knew and some had no idea, and some knew exactly what was going on. So it behooves us now, and we have to follow up as a council, as a group, and follow up with our representatives and make sure that something gets done. Because if not, it's a waste. I don't want to say it's a waste. Nothing is a waste. Everything's an experience. But if we don't follow up as a community, and if we don't be aware of what's going on, and these blasts continue and so forth, it's almost like a useless game. So we have to keep on with the awareness. We have to keep on with the lobbying, and we have to talk, write, email each one of our representatives, whether it's Fabrizio, whether it's any single one of Manny Diaz, whoever it might be. But we have to follow up now. That's the 2 key words that I want to leave before we leave.
Agreed. All right.
Absolutely. I would just like to reiterate my board member sentiments that it was a success. But my fear is that people will hear it was a success and they'll leave it at that. As Rodolfo Blanco mentioned, the game's not over. We need to keep the pressure on. We need to follow up. And Mr. Coyaso, thank you for your offering of what else can the council do. And if you, as the council, could continue to follow up with these representatives, specifically the chair of the committee, to set it on the agenda, it would be greatly appreciated. And again, thank you for all your efforts, and thank you for empowering us. Have a wonderful night.
Thank you very much, guys. Thank you again. Thank you. All right, guys, I got to jump back a second to item 7 that I skipped over, committee appointments. So any motions on that?
I'll move to adopt the list provided by the clerk.
I'll second.
Sir. Madam Clerk, all those in favor? In favor, not flavor. Aye?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, here we go. Going back, we have item 10C was pulled by Councilman Coyaso.
Thank you. I pulled this item because it came up during my briefing with the deputy town manager, the town manager, and the attorney present. Not necessarily anything material with the contract, but I did notice we only had one respondent to our request. And my question that came up during my briefing was this going to be held at the basketball courts adjacent to the middle school? And I heard from the people at that briefing that it was. As you know, Vice Mayor and myself are very active in the Optimist program. One of the things that's going on right now is a very robust and growing baseball program in that Optimist. And my only concern was the possibility of there being parking conflicts, especially when 2 groups are using very similar facilities that are juxtaposed to everybody. So I know that that's something that staff is going to discuss. If one thing can be taken into consideration is the parking situation there, and making sure that we try to not create an unintended consequence and be very transparent with this respondent.
Yes, council member, if this item passes, what we'll do, that minutia, right, that detailed information That has not been ironed out yet. The vendor wants to do weekdays from 5 until sunset. By default, in the winter, there is no sunset. So more than likely, this is going to end up being either a late spring, summer event, and at that time, I think, is when baseball is already over. So we'll work all that through with the vendor once this passes, and we'll make sure that we're not creating our own conflicts there at the park.
Perfect. That was my only comment. Thank you.
Okay. Do you want to vote on that item, on 10C separately, or we take it all in consent?
No, I actually made no changes. I just wanted to make my comments placed on the record and being really just transparent to the vendor, just so that they're aware that there's a concern, not just by the elected body, but by the governing, the administration, and to make sure that that's part of the, again, it's just clear to everybody. That's all.
I'll move to approve item 10C.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Moving on to the consent calendar.
I'll
Any motions?
I'll move to approve the consent calendar.
I'll second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Moving on to item 11C, Councilman Dieguez. Or Deputy Town Attorney, you have to read that ordinance first reading.
Okay, it's 11A, sign ordinance. An ordinance of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, amending Chapter 13, the Land Development Code, Article 9, titled Signs, providing for inclusion to the code, providing for repeal of ordinances in conflict, providing for severability, and providing for inclusion to the town code, and providing for an effective date.
Mr. Vice Mayor?
Yes, Councilman Dieguez.
Colleagues, this is,
There's no motion yet.
pardon me?
I think you got to make a motion and a second.
No, I mentioned
No,
this is the
it's his item, so he's just presenting.
So colleagues, this item that you have in front of you, the sign ordinance, is our first attempt to try and make our signage code compliant with the latest decisional law as it pertains to the First Amendment. That's all this is doing. So I move to approve this. Lorenzo and I are going to continue to workshop this further. And of course, if on second reading you identify anything that you think that we should address, please be sure to let the town attorney know, and we'll work on that together. But that is the motion to approve the first draft of the sign ordinance that is attached to the agenda.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on the item? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I have to do the roll call.
Roll call, okay.
So item 11A.
Madam Clerk, 1 second. Deputy
Yes.
Town Attorney wanted to add something.
I just wanted to make put something also on the record, is that there may be some additions that will come about, and the council, Councilman Dieguez and I have spoken about it, and we're going to be also asking Ms. Alonso for some of her input. She pointed out some things that could make it more robust and more, lack of a better word, better. So we'll be bringing that back. I just wanted to put that on the record.
Got it. Madam Clerk.
Yes, item 11A, ordinance in first reading. Councilmember Dieguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Coyaso.
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez is absent. Councilmember Ruano is absent. Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mayor Sid is not present right now. The ordinance in first reading passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Moving on to item 11B.
Item
Correa.
11B. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item 11B, soil protection. An ordinance of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, amending Chapter 13, the Land Development Code, Section 13449, titled Swale Areas, and Section 1508, driveways and parking spaces, providing for inclusion to the code, providing for a repeal of ordinances in conflict, providing for severability, providing for inclusion to the town code, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Councilman Dieguez, you want to discuss and make a motion?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Some of you may recall this is the item that we had passed a few months ago as a new business item. It is an ordinance that is modeled after a similar one in Miami Springs, intended to give homeowners another tool to be able to combat those that are parked illegally on their swales. Of course, residents have the responsibility for maintaining these swales, but often what happens is when someone parks on the swale that does not have authorization, they call the police, but the police have no jurisdiction at the moment to be able to deal with this, and our code is also a little bit ambiguous without this change. So we've developed this ordinance. the Miami-Dade Police Department has tentatively approved. We're waiting final approval from them to do it. But again, this is only first reading. If there are any changes between first and second reading, we will go ahead and let you know. But for the time being, I move to adopt the ordinance as written.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on the item? Seeing none, Madam Clerk.
Item 11B, ordinance in first reading. Councilmember Dieguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Coyaso.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yes.
The ordinance in first reading passes.
Thank you. Moving on to item 12B.
Item 12B, Town Manager Ordinance, an ordinance of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, amending Article 3, Section 2-55 of the Town Code titled Town Manager, providing for inclusion into the code, providing for repeal of ordinances in conflict, providing for severability, providing for inclusion into the Town Code, and providing for an effective date.
Okay, Councilman Dieguez.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. This change is simply the change we've discussed over and over again with respect to requiring a review of whether or not to retain the manager or begin the search process for a new manager 6 months before the natural expiration of the manager's contract.
Second.
Yes, and I move to adopt the change, yes.
Excellent. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on the item? Seeing none, Madam Clerk.
Ordinance in second reading, item 12B. Councilmember Coyaso.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Dieguez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yes.
The motion passes. Ordinance in second reading.
Thank you. Moving on, item 12C.
Item 12C, ordinance to amend sponsoring and naming rights. An ordinance of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, amending Chapter 13, Section 13-2116, titled Process of the Town of Miami Lakes Code of Ordinance, providing for inclusion to the code, providing for repeal of ordinances in conflict, providing for severability, providing for inclusion to the town code, and providing for an effective date.
All right, Councilman Dieguez.
It's my show tonight, apparently.
Yeah. You're changing all the ordinances this time.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. This ordinance is simply adopting a minor change to the naming rights ordinance that we passed, changing the notice requirements so that it's less cumbersome. So I move that we adopt this change in order to expedite simple name changes such as street renamings, as we've been doing lately.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion on the item? Seeing none, Madam Clerk.
Ordinance in second reading, item 12C. Councilmember Ruano.
Yes.
Councilmember Dieguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Coyaso.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
The ordinance in second reading, item 12C passes.
Okay, moving on. Item 13A, 2015-2025 Strategic Plan Update.
Vice Mayor, this is the resolution with the attached revised version of the strategic plan. This is the result of the retreat that we had last year, and it's a streamlined version, and it reflects all of the changes that we made during that retreat.
Okay. Do you have any motions?
I'll move to adopt the update.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Councilwoman Ruano.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So I wanted to make some comments regarding the public comments that we heard here from Ms. Bonnie Cintron, and I also received a phone call regarding this item requesting that we workshop it, requesting to allow for resident input for the community to come out. I know that we were going to workshop this, and we ended up not doing so. So I wanted to bring this up to see if there was any appetite from this council to go back and table this and workshop it and have the residents be able to join us in a workshop and maybe give us their feedback on some of these items.
Mr. Peterman, your thoughts on a workshop?
No, I mean, we had the workshop scheduled, and it got canceled. I think there was, things came up that we were not going to have enough council presence there. So it's up to you. We were moving forward. Since that workshop was scheduled, we didn't get any input, so that's why we put it on the agenda to move forward, so we can already memorialize it.
Right, and my apologies to the manager, right? This kind of was brought up to me very last minute. So I just wanted to catch it now to see if there was the ability for us to, I know that there's really no impending matter that we have to move this along very quickly. Perhaps we can give it a little more time and have the residents come out and join us.
Is there any worry for a delay, or is this?
No, I mean,
so
that's
you're gonna
fine.
Make the motion.
It's not
make a
time
motion?
sensitive. If we need to workshop it, that's fine. We'll just reschedule the one that we had scheduled for, I think it was last month. We'll reset it. We'll work with the clerk's office to see the availability of the council, and we'll schedule it out into the future.
All right, so let's make an initial motion to, I guess, to adopt it, and then a second motion to make the workshop happen, or you want to table the?
I think probably,
Tabling is probably, I think, the best.
right, I think the proper thing to do is, since there's, the councilwoman's brought up the idea of workshopping it, which was already something that was already discussed
Okay.
up here before, it's just rescheduling that. It's probably proper to go ahead and just table this. You can table this for the March, or if you want to play it on the safe side, table it to the April meeting, so that way you can have your workshop and then it can be
I
formally
think it's
adopted.
better. I think it's better if your motion states that you're tabling until after a workshop takes place.
You can do that too.
Absolutely, so then I will move to table this item until we are able to workshop it.
Second. Okay. Do we need a roll call for this? Can I voice vote? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Herman, and my apologies.
Sorry, Herman, but you're good. All right, moving on. 14A, Mayor Sid, this is your item, 14A.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So I think it was Albert Einstein that said it, insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. Something that we do with our sidewalks, right? We know that we can pour in millions of dollars, but that's continuously going to be an issue because trees were planted way back when that grow way too big in small swale areas. So I was inspired by what I saw Miami Lakes Auto Mall do in their area. I know it was expensive, but it was smart because in the long run you save money. So I was like, there has to be a way to make this happen. I took a tour of the Miami-Dade County dump, and I saw that there were, thousands and thousands of tires just sitting there. I talked to their staff. They break them up into small pieces that they use in the larger mountain dumps. So I would love to see a scenario where we direct staff to do an RFP or to do a problem statement, whatever it may be, to find a vendor that we can partner with in partnership as well with the county, where they can get these blocks of rubber, break it apart and utilize them instead of the concrete for the sidewalks, utilize them around trees. And also we can help our residents with their approaches. I've done a lot of research, and I've seen that people use it for their approaches, use it for different areas. And I thought it would be a great way to showcase that the town is environmentally friendly, that we're resilient, and then long-term we could save money. So my motion would be to direct staff to put out a problem statement or RFP to find a vendor that can work with our partners in the county to obtain that rubber, break it down, and then utilize it instead of the concrete, to utilize it around our trees, and then also work with some residents with their approaches.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion on the item? No.
I would just like to, see a picture of what this looks like, because I haven't really seen it myself around trees. So when, I'm all in favor of taking a look at it and seeing if it's something more feasible so that it doesn't crack, but I'd like to see what it looks like. Maybe you guys have seen it, I haven't.
Miami Lakes Auto Mall, the new parking garage, whenever you get a chance, just drive by there, and it is phenomenal what they did, and it blew me away. It was very forward thinking. So if you guys ever get a chance, just drive on by there.
Excellent. Anyone else? Okay. All's in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Motion passes. Moving on, item 14B, streetlights, Councilwoman Morano.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. This is an item that I brought up on the agenda because I received a phone call from a resident who had her street light had been out for a while. I reached out to the manager, and it was brought to my attention that we have a long list of street lights that are out. There's a significant amount of them and no budget to repair them. So I was bringing this up to everyone's attention to see if there was, if we could move to repair all of the lights that are in disrepair from our contingency fund. However, I think that the best option would be to table this to next month's meeting when the manager will be presenting us with the carry forward figures, and then we can figure out if we can use some of that funding for this item. So I'll be tabling this till next month.
Do you want to table it? You want to make a motion to have it approved and have them bring it back as part of the carry forward? Because I love the idea.
Yeah,
I think it's
I mean, if there's an affirmative vote from this council, we'll just bring it as one of the items that we recommend
Absolutely, that
as
would be
part
great.
of the, to allocate the carry forward money. I can tell you, we haven't got all the final numbers yet, and I told you, we're 99% sure we're gonna bring it to you next month in March. It's gonna be, the recommendations are gonna be infrastructure heavy. Almost everything from our perspective, we're gonna recommend infrastructure items.
All right, so I would suggest that we make the motion to have them added on there already, so when they come
Absolutely.
back with the carry forward. Go
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
All right, I'll second that motion.
I have a question for the town manager.
Okay.
Mr. Manager, through the chair, do you know an approximation? I'm not holding you to an exact number, but a ballpark of what that number is going to be.
For the, right now, we have approximately about 50 lights that are damaged, that are not working.
No, I'm talking about the aggregate number, the number that you're going to be bringing back to the council.
The aggregate number of?
The carry forward.
The carry forward.
I don't know yet, sir.
We don't know.
That's, if I had known, I would have brought it to you this month, but we wanted to wait for the auditors to finish their work so that we didn't have to deal with forecasts or estimates. We want to provide you next month. We hope to give you a much more solid number as the starting point with the fund balance and everything, and I want to be able to give you solid numbers. So I thought that it would be better to do it that way instead of dealing with estimates and forecasts.
I appreciate that because I know we've been, we've dealt with estimates and forecasts in the past, and it's always led to a lot of confusion. So I appreciate that. My only concern, and I had raised it in the last meeting, was that we have significant amount of money that's going to be needed for litigation. And again, that's not something that we can continue to set aside or put off. And I know that you're recommending a lot of this for infrastructure. I wanted to make sure that that we have that we're covering both of those expenses, so we're not backed into a situation where we're having to find litigation money a little bit later down the road.
Even though we don't have a final number yet or a concrete number on carry forward, we've already started to have internal meetings. I've met with Raul Lorenzo and our budget staff. I've met with Parks. I've met with Public Works. So I've already started to meet with them. And one of the items that you'll probably see, 99% sure, I don't want to say 100, 99% sure, is going to be an additional allocation to legal reserves from that carry forward.
Great, thank you.
Perfect. Anyone else? No? All right, all those in favor? Aye.
Nay.
Madam Clerk, we have one nay. Moving on, item 14C, Taxpayer Savings Study, Councilman Dieguez.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. And the intent of this item is fairly straightforward. It is to direct the town administration to go ahead and study the moving our government buildings off the grid, as it were, through the use of solar technology. So as part of that study, I would like for them to go ahead and evaluate what the cost would be, for each building, to move it completely off the grid, or at least to, partially move it off the grid, whichever they feel is in their discretion, the better option to go. And to come back with us with not only the cost of each building, what it would be to do this, but also which one they would advise that we begin with if we were to proceed forward. But I'd really like to, as I always do, try and find other ways to save the town money, whether it was through the census, whether it's through annexation. I'm always looking for these new ways to save us money and generate other non-taxpayer dependent revenue sources, or at least taxpayers or sources that are not as reliant on increasing the tax burden. So that is the motion to direct them to conduct that study.
I'll second that. We have a motion and a second. I just want to add one thing to staff, when you're looking at that analysis, also add in the possibility for battery backups, because solar panels can only work during the day if you don't have a battery. If you need the battery to hang on to that energy to then use it at night. So just please add that into your analysis. So any other discussion on the item? Nope. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, moving on. Item 14D, this is mine, regarding the town manager. You've all seen the memorandum. My motion is fairly simple. I'm going to break it down into two separate motions. The first one would be a motion to grant the manager the same increases that staff received in 2020 and 2021, and the bonus payment that staff received in 2021, and then I'll have a second motion for how we're going to work on the bonus payment aspect of that.
Second.
Okay?
Discussion?
Yeah, discussion, Mayor?
Yeah, so when I, Vice Mayor, and with all due respect, when I saw this item, sort of chuckled, because I think some of you guys forgot how good of a contract we gave our town manager and how well we take care of our town manager. When he came on board, obviously we know he wasn't maybe the most experienced candidate, but you know, we brought him on, paid him well. $178,000 base salary is what we give our town manager. And then there's a great benefit that we did for our town manager as well. Instead of opting into FRS, we allowed him to opt out, you know, because obviously he has a large public pension in the city of Miami. So opting into FRS late in his career, it would have taken him a long time to get vested. So we said, you know what, we'll pay you that, I think, at a clip between $40,000 to $50,000 we put in that fund for him every year. But on top of that, a benefit that no other employee gets in town hall, he doesn't have to make an employee contribution. Every other employee at town hall has to make a 3% contribution into their retirement. Another $650 a month for his vehicle, and so forth and so on. We pay for his insurance. We pay for a couple insurances for him. We pay, I think this year we're up to 23 days annually that we're going to give him for leave. But the biggest benefit of all that we give our town manager is we fund an assistant town manager at a high clip as well. Tony, as you all know, if he would have ran, I would have voted for him for town manager, and we left him on. We fund that for our manager, and I'll give you guys some historic perspective. This is an organization that does not need two managers. Yet, when Alex Ray was in his last year or two, he told me, he told the council, he goes, look, I believe in succession planning. Although this organization does not need an assistant town manager, I do believe in succession planning. So even if you guys don't select that person, I have to leave somebody here who knows what to do. So created temporarily that position. We kept funding it, which is a tremendous benefit to Manager Peterman. I mean, that is, for an organization of 30 people that we manage contracts, that's a huge, huge benefit. Just those two positions alone, we probably spent in the last 3 years, about $1.something million, 1.3 million dollars with salaries, with benefits, with the entire package, just for those two positions. If I had a magic wand, if I were the general manager of this organization, I mean, going forward, I know what I would like to see. I definitely would like to see the assistant town manager be a department head, similar to Aventura, save that money, pour it into infrastructure, which we can capitalize on it. We can do a lot of stuff. I would love to see, I think it's time to see Tony Lopez as our town manager, to be frank. Ismael Diaz is somebody else who could be a manager in any city. I would love to see Ismael continue to be our CFO, but be our assistant manager. And as well, I mean, if some of you guys, and I would love to see Ed maybe even in a position as our emergency management director here in the town of Miami Lakes. Christina does a great job working with the special taxing district. She can continue doing that and expanding on that. But if I were the general manager, I would definitely do that. I can't just swing that wand and make it happen. But I'm going to make a motion to amend. I'm going to make a motion tonight to appoint Tony Lopez as our town manager.
We have a second? None. Sorry, Mr. Mayor. No second on that motion. But thank you. Any further discussion on the main motion? Nope. Councilwoman Morano.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And I did look at this, and I do know that our town manager has a wonderful contract, and I do share the mayor's opinion that I don't think that a small municipality such as ours needs two town managers. I know that there's a segregation of duties, and I know that they don't both do the same thing. And perhaps in the future, moving forward, we can take a look at that. But for the time being, I think that I demand a lot of excellence, right? I'm a pretty demanding individual, right? And so I think that as well we should reward our employees accordingly. And so I will approve this under the caveat that I will keep a watchful eye, and I will definitely keep you on your toes, Mr. Manager.
Okay, any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
I am 100% opposed.
Got it. Okay, moving on to my second aspect of my motion, the bonus payment evaluation. We have a similar evaluation process that I'm proposing for the manager to receive his bonus payment. The only question is which evaluation mechanism to use. We had an ICMA criteria, but staff was evaluated based on Miami Lakes evaluation form. So the question is, do we use the ICMA or the evaluation form? My motion would be to use the ICMA form.
Second.
Any discussion on that item?
Yes, I had a question, and
Yes.
it would be directed to you. This form, I mean, we already have an evaluation form,
Right.
so I just want to be clear. That form there that's attached to the agenda, is that the one that we came up with, or?
I believe, Mr.
Yes.
Manager, that is the ICMA that's
Right.
attached to your contract.
When I first started, early on in my tenure, you wanted to establish the evaluation criteria.
That's the contract.
And we came to you with a recommendation, which was that, the ICMA criteria. And the council, I don't remember for a fact, but I'm 99% sure that the council adopted that as the criteria.
Yeah, that's my recollection as well, but I just wanted to confirm that. Thank you.
Yep. Any discussion? Councilman Coyaso.
In the previous, I want to call it a 360 evaluation, but there was an opportunity not just for the council to give feedback, but I believe staff and subordinates and even the public. Is that still something that is contemplated in the ICMA evaluation process?
I believe the evaluation is only from the council for this specific bonus payment contingency.
Is there any appetite for the 360? I'm asking
Not
my
really.
colleagues. I'm
No.
asking
Not
them
from
that.
me. I think this evaluation should be from
No,
the
I think this
council.
should be from us. He works for us, and we should be the ones to evaluate him.
My thoughts, just to kind of throw some history in here, as I recall the discussion when initially I had talked about different ways of evaluating the manager, not only having this written component where we evaluate, but then also having a facilitator come in and also have sessions individually and all that. I think, if I recall correctly, the thought was it may be too expensive, and then with respect to getting input from the public, it'll get too political. I definitely agree that getting input from the public might get too political, and I think that as representatives of the people, it's our job to evaluate the manager on their behalf. I personally would have preferred the facilitator option or some version of that, but it is what it is, and we have this form. So I think I can read the room, and I think this is probably going to be the best way to go along with it.
Got it. All right. Any further discussion on the evaluation mechanism? None? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No vote.
Oh, sorry. Yes. One opposed. Okay. That's it for item 14D. Moving on to item 14E, recognition of Ms. Felicia Salazar. Councilman Coyaso.
Thank you so much. Felicia Salazar is probably one of the individuals that does so much and very rarely seeks any opportunity to be recognized. And she is the person who designed our town seal. And this item, if I would have brought it before her, she probably would have said, no, don't do it. But just for that very reason, I believe we should honor her. And at least at one of our town seals located here in Town Hall, we should have a plaque in her honor, crediting her with the design of the town seal. So my motion is for us to put a plaque recognizing her as the designer of the town seal.
I'll second that.
Second that.
I'll second that motion as well. Any discussion from the council?
I just
Yes.
want to, well, go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
Got it. Thank you, Councilman Coyaso, for bringing that up. It's definitely long overdue. Felicia Salazar is a great Miami Laker, a great friend, somebody who loves our community. So I'm looking forward to bringing that full circle as soon as possible and recognizing her once and for all, because her contributions to this community from the beginning are immense. So thank you, Councilman Coyaso, for bringing that up. Very well deserved for Felicia.
Yes, and for those residents who may be watching either live or later on throughout the week, if you don't know Felicia, she is a very sweet and kind woman. I've served with her on the Neighborhood Improvement Committee. She's been very involved with this town from day one, and truly has been, in my view, one of the OGs, as we would like to call them, you know, of this town, getting the incorporation movement going along, and just whenever you speak to her about Miami Lakes, where it was, where it is, where it's going, she oozes that enthusiasm and passion for this town that I would argue rivals those of us on this dais who also share a very deep love and affection for Miami Lakes. So I think this is an excellent tribute to her, and I really hope that we're able to do it not only soon, but also if we can get her family here as well, including Representative Fabricio. I think he would appreciate being here, and it'll be a great tribute to a wonderful woman.
Councilman Fernandez?
Yes, and so, you know, Felicia was one of the first people that I got to interact with when I joined the Neighborhood Improvement Committee. Her impact on this town is indelible. It's up on that wall. It's on our, you know. So I think I don't know if you heard, but you got 4 simultaneous seconds to this motion. So I'd respectfully ask to see if I could be named a co-sponsor on this. On this motion.
Yeah, I was going to ask the same thing. If I think it'd be a good idea if all of us jumped in there. Even Councilman Alvarez is not here. I'm sure he would love to co-sponsor this item. So if we can make this a majority council or a council-sponsored thing, that would be great. Thank you, Councilman Coyaso, for bringing this up. Councilman Rona.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Felicia, if you're watching, you know that we love you, and you know that you are invaluable to the town of Miami Lakes. And all of us that have been volunteers for many, many years have been in your presence, and your enthusiasm for this town and for architecture and maintaining the town feel here in the town of Miami Lakes is contagious. I appreciate all of the things that you've taught me, and I think that this is long overdue. I thank Councilmember Coyaso for bringing this up, and I would be honored to co-sponsor this.
Excellent. So all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Moving on, item 14F, Economic Development. Mayor Sid.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Just wanted to bring this up. This is something that gets asked by our residents all the time. They want to see a grocer like Trader Joe's or like a Whole Foods here in our community. I know that the Grams have done and different folks have done a great job of speaking to the brokers. But I think there's a little bit more that we can do in terms of, you know, inviting their CEOs to tour the town. So, which I think could be very powerful to finally convince a grocer like that to come into our community. And it's along the lines of what our Economic Development Committee does. It's along the lines of what our Economic Development staff does and what our partnership with the Chamber does. So I just want to make a motion to direct our staff, especially that works through the manager, to the Economic Development staff to work with the Chamber of Commerce and to work with the Economic Development Committee to schedule a tour of our community with the CEOs of those grocers.
I'll second that. Any discussion? Councilman Coyaso.
Like to add an amendment to the motion, a friendly amendment, if you will, And I know that Sprouts is another player that's coming into the marketplace. Sprouts might have even more of an appetite than a Trader Joe's or some of those other models that you have highlighted. I want to make sure that you're not, or we're not unintentionally, intentionally maybe setting a limit. So, putting staff at work and maybe inviting some other grocers that maybe are along that same brand or marketing time the same clientele might be beneficial as well. I don't want to just cap it at Trader Joe's or Whole Foods if we have an opportunity to maybe invite Sprouts into the marketplace. So that was my friendly amendment, that it not just be limited to those two, because there may be other opportunities that are not necessarily stated in the motion.
Second.
We have a motion and a second on the amendment. Any discussion on the amendment?
Yeah, I think Councilman Coyaso hit it on the head. There's Sprouts, there's Fresh Market, there's a few players in that kind of upscale specialty grocer category that I think are worthwhile pursuing.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment?
Aye.
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 Back on the main motion. Any further discussion on the main motion? See none. All those in favor of the main motion?
Aye.
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 Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, moving on. 14G, this item requires a waiver of section 7.3 of special rules.
I move to waive Rule 7.3.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Councilman Diegues.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And I think everyone has heard by now the news coming out of the Miami-Dade County Board of County Commissioners from today's committee meeting on the Transportation, Mobility, and Planning Committee. There was a resolution in place there to request that the Florida Department of Transportation immediately open northwest 154th Street, that bridge. And they cited a few bases there, but I feel it was deliberately misleading by using omissions. Reading that resolution, one gets the impression that this is something that both sides want, that this is something that is necessary without any further traffic improvement. And in fact, the most honest part of that resolution, I thought, was the very end there, where it says that it may provide traffic relief to the area. I think we all know that is false. I think there have been adequate studies done that actually prove that that the opening of these bridges may alleviate traffic on one side of the bridge, but it certainly is not going to alleviate traffic over here, and we already have a major traffic problem. And there have been many misunderstandings, I believe, about our position on this, where we have been accused of being elitist, racist, and also just simply trying to fold our arms and sit back and say we don't want to open this bridge, when the reality is that we are looking for a solution that is equitable for both sides of the bridge. So in that spirit, as soon as I learned about this resolution, I wanted to submit one of our own to the Florida Department of Transportation that contained a few points. And the text of that resolution is not yet available. We will circulate one, but I want to provide as part of my motion the points that will be included in it. A brief history of how we got here with respect to the bridge dispute in terms of the history of the county's efforts to open it, our opposition. I'd like it also to include an alternative proposal for how we can, again, equitably resolve this issue, which I believe would include a study of potential ramps as to the 170th Street Bridge and the 154th Street Bridge, as well as other alternatives to resolving that traffic problem. As you may recall, in our transportation master plan, we have other items such as a ramp on 87th Avenue that would connect to the Gratney that can also be considered. So I want the Florida Department of Transportation to see that we are making a sincere effort to resolve this problem and not merely saying no. And expressing our sentiment with copies not only to the Florida Department of Transportation, but also to the Florida League of Cities, the Miami-Dade County League of Cities, and the Board of County Commissioners. So that is the motion as far as what I would like to do in response to today's motion or their resolution. They are making a request of FDOT. I feel we should make our own request of FDOT, which is to study alternatives to resolving traffic, because just opening up the bridge is not going to cut it. But that is the motion.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on the item?
I do have some comments to make on the item, and I want to thank Councilman Dieguez for bringing this up. And as you can see, it requires a waiver because you acted so swiftly, you know. And I think you really are hitting on all cylinders right now, because that's really where we're at, you know, another fight on another bridge. And I'm going to take you back a little bit in time. When I first got elected, one of the first things that I did, actually one of the first things I did outside of City Hall, was to meet with his chairman. And I met with him, with Nicole Cuellar present. It was one of my first acts, actually interfacing with another intergovernmental body. And I remember the lesson that I learned that day, that with him there was no compromise. He wanted the bridge, he wanted both bridges, and there was no talk about opening up I-75. Let's talk about other mitigation efforts. Let's look at this issue holistically. Let's look at a regional approach. There was none of that. So I appreciate him putting this item, and I appreciate our efforts to be sincere and try to move in that direction, and I appreciate the efforts that you're doing, because I think you're doing the right statesman thing, right? But it's very hard to play fair when we're being fouled all the time. So I think, once again, we need to prepare for litigation, right? I think, once again, we're going to be dragged into an issue, right? Unless, right, all the mayors and heads of government coalesce and sing kumbaya. I don't see that happening anytime shortly, right? Because all the signs point that we're being dragged into, again, another fist fight when we have made multiple attempts, and I want that to be clear when you draft this language. Multiple attempts to be fair, multiple attempts to be reasonable, multiple attempts to present alternatives that are not lopsided. So I commend you. I commend the efforts of the vice mayor, the mayor, Councilwoman Ruano, and even the ones that wrote, because I drafted some thoughts that were on my mind regarding this, and we'll continue to do it, right? And I think that's really the message that I want to send the chairman and the county commission, that we're not backing down, right? So I want to continue to push that issue, and I want to continue to make sure that you have the resources, Lorenzo, right? And continue to make sure that we have the resources in place to make sure that this foul that continues to happen, this travesty that continues to happen, because the players are not taking the opportunity to be reasonable. So I appreciate the time, and thank you so much for bringing that forward, Councilman Dieguez.
Anyone else wishing to speak on the item? Nope. All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Moving on, item 14H, that was done. 14I, Mayor Sid, Miami-Dade County Sheriff.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Mayor. I wanted to bring this up. I know it's a bit early. The elections in 2024 will have an elected sheriff, and I know the county commission is still having conversations about what that's going to look like, which could have a positive impact or a profoundly negative impact on the services that we receive here in the town of Miami Lakes. So I know those discussions are still going on. I just wanted to bring this to the forefront so we're ready. I wanted to pass. I know it takes us a couple months to pass resolutions and do that. Doesn't mean we got to start off committee meetings right off the bat, but I want to pass a resolution creating this committee to start once the county commission finalizes what that elective sheriff is going to look like. So then we have our committee, our resolutions ready to go. All we got to do is appoint people, and they can start meeting to make recommendations. But that's the biggest line item in our budget. I mean, our residents pay their 100% of their property taxes to our police. It costs actually more than what we collect in property taxes. So the more I read an op-ed, and I think I shared it with our clerk, so I'm sure she shared it with you all, that Commissioner Regalado put together. So a lot of the stuff, it's a bit scary when you think about those changes and what it'll look like, but it could possibly have a profound impact on the way that we serve our residents, or maybe it's an incredible positive for our residents. So I just want to start the process, not of meeting today, but passing this motion, coming back with a resolution that we could pass. So when the county commission finalizes those recommendations or finalize that ordinance as to what it's going to look like, we're ready to go with a committee of experts and residents and different interests that we can get some recommendations as to what we should do going forward in the future with that contract. So my motion is to pass a resolution creating an ad hoc committee that'll analyze the county commission's ordinance once they finalize it in regards to the elective sheriff that is fast approaching.
Second.
We have a motion and a second on the item. Any further discussion?
Yes.
Councilman Dieguez, then Councilman Coyaso.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I have some questions with respect to the composition of the committee. How do you envision this committee being made up?
Personally, I'm a big believer of having at least one or two people outside of law enforcement. I think the biggest mistake that we make with ad hoc committees, not us, but just everybody, every government in general, is that they only put experts in one area. You know, if we put all seven, bring in folks that are from, the business world, different, that can see it from a different light, that can analyze this in a different perspective. But I'm open to what that composition would look like. I know way back when, I think it was Councilman Lama that brought up the committee. I was the only one that put somebody up there that was not in law enforcement, but I think it's important to have different voices up there. So a mix between law enforcement, finance folks, because it just say some people, hey, let's look at different alternatives. There's major costs to everything. So, but yeah, I would love to see a mix, and I'm open to that. And I'm open to you guys working with our attorney, with Raul and Lorenzo to come up with that verbiage. But whatever it looks like, I'm fine with, but definitely it has to be diverse. It can't just be 7 people that are currently in law enforcement.
Thank you. And a follow-up, with respect to their purpose, I know you mentioned it was to identify certain pros and cons and provide input, but I just wanted to get a bit more clarity as far as the sorts of pros and cons fact-finding that they're going to be doing. Is this, because obviously we can't turn the clock short of amending the Florida Constitution again, so is this just to provide input to the commissioners with respect to the functions of the sheriff? Because I know that in Commissioner Regalado's article that you shared, and I had read this weekend, did kind of talk about one potential situation where certain functions would be transferred to the sheriff, but others would not follow the sheriff. So I just wanted to get a little bit more detail as far as the purpose and what exactly their fact-finding mission is going to be about.
So exactly what they do in regards to how we look at our contract. Maybe the scenario, because now I heard today about the municipal force on UMSA and the different changes. Maybe at the end of the day, we say, look, that political aspect is not something we want to keep doing. Maybe we want to create our own, at some point, our own police force. Maybe that's the route that they recommend. Doesn't mean that we have to approve it or not, but I think in regards to those changes, just being in the forefront and showing, hey, that we're taking it serious in those 3 municipalities, which is interesting. If you read the article and you read the op-eds that the Herald puts, and you read everything that's out there, who do they forget to mention? The contract cities. Every step of the way, they talk about services to UMSA and how it impacts UMSA. They talk about services to current cities bigger cities, City of Miami, City of Hialeah, that might need some help with more services. But the three people that they've forgotten in this entire analysis, in all levels of discussion, are those contract cities, which is us, Palmetto Bay and Cutler Bay. And I think us having a committee that can interact, that can fact find, that can have the discussion, will make sure that we're at the forefront of everything that's happening. And maybe we have to shift, or maybe we have to change, who knows? But or maybe that's an opportunity to renegotiate our contract. Maybe an elective sheriff, we say, hey, you know what? It might even be easier to negotiate with an elective sheriff what that contract looks like, instead of through the bureaucratic process. So that is the purpose, I think. But that was one of the biggest issues I had, is that nobody is talking about what is going to happen with contract cities. The whole discussion is about the 1 million people that live in UMSA. Should they do the police force? Are they going to take resources? Or even big cities that need extra help, like City of Hialeah, that might need some extra help, and how those conversations will happen. But I think it'll make sure that contract cities like ours, maybe we do something jointly with those 2 other contract cities, like we do every time we review the contract. But I think that's one of the main issues that I kept seeing pop up, is that there is no mention. We're kind of like taking a back seat to this whole thing, and whatever happens, happens. And I think it's the biggest line. We spend over $8 million a year on our police force.
Okay, so it sounds as if the committee's purpose isn't necessarily just a pros and cons thing, so much as to sort of evaluate, once the changes are made to the department, and evaluate whether we want to continue with the existing contract or try and seek to form our own department, and perhaps maybe, yes, even provide some input as far as, the structure that's being proposed. So thank you for clarifying that. One final follow-up, and then I will yield the floor. I know you mentioned earlier the time frame for when this committee would start meeting, but can you please reiterate it? I missed the exact timing.
So once the county commission possibly starts putting their recommendations through their committee process, we know that's going to take several months. And by the time we already have a resolution set forth, and those folks whoever we appoint can start meeting and analyzing that. So once they do that, their first stop is the committee. Obviously, there's going to be first reading, second reading. There's going to be a lengthy process. But in between, our ad hoc committee can start looking at that and being part of that conversation. Maybe we say, hey, all we need to do is tweak this to make it better. This is how we make sure that contract cities have a better voice at the table. So I think at that point, once the administration, once Mayor Cava comes out with her recommendations, which we know once she puts them out, it's going to take a long, lengthy time for the commission to review, to come up with their own, to do. At that point, we go ahead and we appoint people, or we appoint them already, and just at that point, we start meeting. But I know that those conversations are happening today, because 2 years is going to go by relatively fast when it comes to this. So, and I think from a planning perspective, the county is going to go really, really fast, because the commission is split on this issue. So I think the more ready that we are with the resolution, with the committee, I think the more the better.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Any further discussion? Councilman Coyaso.
Yes, thank you. I can't support this item at this time. I appreciate everything that the mayor's doing, trying to be forward-thinking. But he taught me a very valuable lesson last time we were reviewing the police contract. It was actually an item that I had proposed to create a committee to review the police contract. And one of the things you taught me, Mayor, is how easily these committees can be politicized to push a certain agenda. And I think you even referenced it in some of your own comments as you made the case. Because there's so many variables right now that are unknown, because the fact that we really don't know what the transfer is, what are the responsibilities, so to speak, that the sheriff's going to take. I'm going to heed your own advice. Let's give staff the opportunity to review and then come back. And if we need to convene our own committee, I think we'll be in a better posture to know what those committee members are going to look like, what professions or expertise they should bring to the table. And when we actually draft the resolution, it'll be one that is well thought out and actually takes into consideration what the position of the county is and what the position of this new role is. So I'm heeding your own advice and your own remarks to me when I brought this item forward, and I cannot support this item at this time. Thank you.
So if it would have been 3 years ago, I'd probably agree with you. But talking about politics, knowing that there's an elective sheriff and the amount of politics that's going to get involved in that, I think getting ahead of the curve and having those discussions is good. On the committee side back then, the bureaucratic process already existed. 4 or 5 years ago, we had the same exact bureaucratic process. There was nothing changing, nothing imminent. I mean, reviewing our contract has never yielded anything great. So besides maybe the political side, but right now, the politics is being injected from the other side, which is an elective countywide sheriff that's going to look at different things and analyze things differently. And who knows, maybe we get along with the sheriff really well, maybe not. Who knows what the politics looks like countywide. But I think being prepared isn't anything bad. But the politics here is being injected from the other end, not from our end.
In rebuttal to that, absent of what the actual policy is, I think what you're doing is you're creating a situation ripe for politics to be injected. So I would prefer to have a clearer perspective on what the mission is of the committee, and that way we can appoint people. Why would we need to do it now?
Those conversations are ongoing right now.
Well,
Why
if-
not?
if-
Why not pass a resolution? Why does it hurt to pass a resolution?
Because you're putting in the
today?
comments within 6 months, so pass a resolution, form a committee to do what in 6 months?
Those conversations are being had today, Councilman.
Listen, I'm
If-
just
if-
taking, I'm
if
just taking your
tomorrow
own
we
advice.
wanted to make a shift,
I'm just
Gentlemen,
one vote, I'm just
gentlemen.
one vote taking your own
Gentlemen,
advice.
if you speak over each other, then nobody can understand you.
Listen, I just respectfully disagree and just taking your own advice. And I don't feel until we have the staff and the opportunity to see all that input, to deal with this item right now. So I vote no, and then let my
Thank
other
you.
colleagues.
You're noted. Councilman Fernandez.
So, look, I think the way that I see it, there's really an opportunity to do two different things here, right? The first part, which I think we are in time for, is to kind of formulate the posture of what the contract cities, what we want out of the process, right? And advocate proactively for what we want from that county process, right? So that's the part that I think we can kind of start working on now. The second part is then based on what the outcome is at the county level, then how do we react to that, right? How do we decide, how we want to move forward with our own individual police services? But I think there might be an opportunity to do both. If we don't move on this early, then we don't get an opportunity to shape the discussion and have a seat at the table, early on. We don't have a mechanism, or at least I don't think we have a mechanism to do that, and I don't think it's something that we're doing right now. So if there is a way to get that committee, for the committee to essentially have two purposes, right? To be that initial advocate in shaping what the county's posture is going to be for contract cities. That's mission one, and then mission two in determining how we move forward after their recommendations are done. And I think the same committee can probably should be engaged throughout the whole process and do both tasks. So I'm in favor of starting early and giving them an opportunity to do that rather than wait for the county's decision without hearing any of our input and then having to react to that. So those are my comments.
Thank you. Councilman Ruano.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'm going to be completely honest. I have ad hoc committee PTSD. I hear ad hoc committee and I'm not a happy camper. I think that this is an opportunity for management, for the town manager, for the deputy town manager, for our police major, for our attorneys to come together and to give us as a council the direction that we should go in. I have the utmost respect for the professionals that volunteer for our committees. However, some of these decisions I feel more comfortable leaving them up to us. We also have lobbyists that can walk us through the process with regards to giving our input now during the decision-making process. I don't have an appetite. I appreciate you bringing the item forward, Mr. Mayor, but I don't have an appetite for an ad hoc committee at this time.
All right, I haven't spoken on the item. I'm going to be supporting the item for one simple reason. At the end of the day, a committee can say whatever they want to say. It comes down to us. We approve it or we deny their recommendations. So I don't see a negative in getting people in a room that understand an issue, that have experience in a specific area to give us advice. I trust staff with their opinions, but this is something a little bit more specialized. So I'm going to be supporting the item as well. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, why don't you call the roll on this one?
Item, excuse me, item 14I. Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Dieguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Coyaso.
No.
Councilmember Ruano.
No.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you very much. Moving on to the newly added item 14K, I believe. Councilman Dieguez.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Oh,
And
this needs a waiver as well of 7.2.
I'll move to waive the rule.
I was told 7.3.
7.3, sorry. Sorry.
Uh,
I'll second.
Perfect.
All those in favor of the waiver of 7.3?
Aye.
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 Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. And I decided to throw this on at the last minute. I thought it was appropriate given today's events, also related to the resolution supporting the bridge opening at Northwest 154th Street, because there was a comment made by one of the speakers that they had over, I think it was 3,000 or something petitions to gathered in favor of opening up the bridge. There were also comments made by some of the commissioners on the dais talking about how they had heard from many people, allegedly on both sides of the bridge, in favor of opening up the bridge. And so I figured, okay, if that's what they're going to look at, then maybe we need to launch our own campaign, as it were, to go ahead and gather our signatures showing support for opening the bridge with conditions, which has always been our point, which is we need other points of connectivity to I-75 and the rest of our highway system. We can't just open these bridges just for the sake of opening them up. It doesn't help us. It doesn't, it's not an equitable solution either. So I wanted to direct the town administration to immediately begin a petition gathering program through change.org, for example, which I think is the method used by the homeowner associations on that side of the bridge. To do something similar, it's low cost to us, to go ahead and begin gathering petitions to keep the bridges closed until a meaningful traffic solution is found.
I second that.
Yes.
I second that motion. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on the item? I think we've...
Yes.
The only additional item I would add, I apologize, Mr. Mayor, for jumping in, is that obviously once we have gathered these petitions and closer to when first reading comes around for the resolution, when it goes in front of the full BCC, at that point I would also like to see all those petitions transmitted over to their offices so that they can see what we've gathered.
Thank you, Councilman Dieguez. Mr. Mayor?
Hey, Councilman Dieguez, do you think it would, from our end, do you think it would be wise to utilize all of our social media resources for this email campaign, like everything? Like I love to see like this just taken to the next level, because we know it's time is very precious on this issue. Like have our Instagram, our Twitter, our Facebook, our YouTube, our email list, like everything, just, get the word out on this immediately. Is that what you foresee? Because I just wouldn't want staff just to do like a change.org and, it's just sitting there and it's based on our social medias alone, because obviously we're going to share it, but I would love to see if literally all of our Town of Miami Lakes branded LinkedIn staff, all of our stuff, social media stuff is posted on there at least 2-3 times a week. Is that what you think would work?
I do envision that, and I think you can have both. I think you can do the change.org petition and just use our resources to circulate that link and have our Miami Lakers voice their support. And actually, I would go as far as to even argue that we should consider sponsoring it so that it appears in the post of those that live in PSN and some of the surrounding areas that also share our view that the bridges should remain closed until an equitable solution is found.
Should we make a motion to allocate some funds behind this? Because I agree with you. I think sponsoring some of the stuff will be perfect. Do you think that would be wise?
It probably would. With the through the chair to the manager, would doing this through the carry forward amendment, would that be one avenue perhaps? And again, I don't know how much, Mr. Mayor, though, that we should propose to allocate tonight. So I think maybe the motion, to the extent we do one, would be to or authorize the manager to expend whatever funds are necessary to promote at an appropriate level.
What is the amount of funds necessary? How if you give me a dollar amount, don't give me a blank check.
I could give you a dollar amount. I just don't know what that would be. I guess maybe an amount not exceeding 10,000.
Okay.
I think that's a lot of Facebook and Instagram boosting. And I see our communications.
We have a face.
Yeah.
She wants to provide some expertise on the issue.
Good evening, Clarissa de Cardenas, Communications Director. I currently just set up an ad before this meeting, and I budgeted $100, and it's guaranteeing between 1,000 to about 1,500 views a day. So it really goes a long way, and it's starting tomorrow all the way through February 22nd. So the good thing about social media is a little bit can go a long way. So depending on how many people you want to reach.
I want to reach a lot of people because I want to reach people in PSN,
Everyone.
Miami
We want to
Lakes.
reach everyone.
And what's the timeline?
The timeline, from what I was told today, the first reading on that resolution probably will not be at the next regular BCC meeting. It will be at the following one. I could be wrong. Of course, the chair has the ability to expedite
Yeah, what if they
things.
change it?
They could. But I think it's safe to say perhaps for 1 month. But I would probably go higher than that daily figure. Again, how much was it again per day?
$100? No, 100 total.
Total.
Oh, okay.
About 12, let's say 1,200 people per day.
Per
with
day for
$100.
$100 for the entire, that period of time.
From starting tomorrow through February 21st.
Okay, then yeah, I certainly would. I think we can come up with at least $3,000, $5,000.
Is it $100 a day?
No.
Total
No,
budget.
total.
Total, so it's $100.
Well, I mean, but
no,
again,
but we want to reach more than the
Oh,
numbers.
then
yeah,
she's
we want to
talking
reach more, and then I also just, perhaps maybe there'll be some other ways to spread the message out there that does require an additional cost. So I think 5,000 might be reasonable. But I want to treat this like a full-blown campaign, and bring our resources to bear. And again, just like we do with the Blasting Advisory Board, where we're not basically just advocating for ourselves, we're advocating for the surrounding communities. This is an issue of shared concern with our neighbors. So.
And what about on the day that they're going to consider it at the county commission, whatever day that is? A recruitment effort, buses, T-shirts, fill up county hall. I mean, those kind of efforts. I mean, are those things you want to consider also, or?
I think we have time to consider them. If we need to call a special call for that, we can do that. I think for now, just to get this off the ground, we can start with the petition gathering through all our social media channels.
Got it. Thanks.
All right. So do we have an amended motion?
So I'm sorry,
Well,
just to clarify.
I don't believe that there's been a formal amendment made.
All right. So let's do that.
So I'll move to amend my main motion to authorize the town manager to expend up to $5,000 on a social media outreach campaign for petition gathering. That'll be the motion.
Okay, I'll second that. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any
Nay.
opposed? Any opposed? One opposed? On the main motion, any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. All right, moving on. Item 15A is a council member's report from Councilman Dieguez on the update of the zip code.
First, I'll move to waive section 7.2 and 7.3 of the special rules of order.
I'll second that. All those in favor on the waiver?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I wanted to provide this update because recently I was privy to a call with our lobbyist, our federal lobbyist, one of our federal lobbyists, T.C. Wolf, with respect to the zip code, where he provided an update of what's going on. Now, there's been a lot of activity on the House side of things. Congressman Diaz-Balart has been really trying to push this. He even partnered up with Congresswoman Val Demings from the Orlando area to get an amendment onto the postal reform package that cleared the House today. The problem was that in the House's procedures, there's something known as a closed rule, which in essence says that no amendments are permitted to the legislation, and therefore the legislation, or rather the amendment to the main legislation, was not permitted, which would have directly addressed our issue with respect to the zip code, and that was unfortunate. However, there is traction being made on the Senate side of things, where these rules are much more flexible and individual members have a lot more power than leadership in certain respects. And they have been successful in enlisting not only Senator Rubio's office toward our cause, but also Senator Scott. And currently they are in the process of trying to get this on the Senate side on their postal reform package. And to make it bipartisan, they've even met with Senator, I believe it was Rosen from Nevada, who has a county where the Lake Tahoe area is included that is also seeking their own zip code. And so they've made progress. She was open to partnering up with Senator Scott and Rubio to get this through. And so we're making some progress ever so slowly there. But that's where we're at right now. So we're gaining some traction there. And something of note is that while we're trying to get it through the postal reform bill, there's still the favorable report language that you may have recalled I mentioned when we first discussed bringing the Cormac Group and NGA on board. They have report language in the appropriations bill that would require a study on changing the zip code. So that's still also in place. So we do have 2 different trains going down the track at the same time. And hopefully, very soon, notwithstanding all the disruption in Washington, we'll be able to finally achieve this. And again, I always want to give credit to the mayor, who obviously is the one who first put this on all our radar and has been pushing the ball for years on this. And it seems as if we're finally, getting closer there. So with that is my report.
Excellent. Thank you, Councilman Dieguez. Moving on, item 16A, the monthly police report, Major Ruiz.
Good evening. Javi Ruiz, your town commander. My report tonight will be brief as always. In regards to crime for the month of January, we were down all around. There was one incident of note this past weekend. We did have a shooting reported in which a shot was fired into a pickup truck which was on the road nearby. This is still an open investigation and still under investigation. Our detectives are working on several leads. But in the meantime, we will be setting up some additional personnel and details in the area on weekends specifically to promote high visibility and to deter criminal activity. So our staff will be out there on the streets, especially the weekends, in order to provide high visibility. Our staff are also working in terms of a Bike 305 event, March 9th, with special events officers for the county to ensure that we're anticipating utilizing several county officers in order to close up the intersections strategically so that traffic can move safely as we participate in the bike event. And other than that, we don't have any other events going on in February, and I'll open it up for any questions or comments.
Any questions or comments of the major? I have one. I've received some calls from residents of West Lakes in the recent weeks regarding some burglaries, and there was even a vehicle theft in the area. Did you guys increase police presence after that, or do you plan on doing that?
We'll take a look at it. I could tell you that for this past month, we've been down all around. The general burglaries that we've been getting to vehicles are simply, on vehicles that they leave something inside the car, and we've been getting some video from people in that neighborhood in order to that shows people walking through the area and trying to open car doors in order to get inside. One other aspect that we're going to target specifically in the West Lakes area is having our officers walk through the areas that have been hit and leave lock it or lose it flyers on the vehicles just to remind members of the community to ensure that they're not leaving valuables inside of their vehicles and taking anything of note. The one thing I'll say is that looking back at last year's numbers in terms of vehicle burglaries, we've been significantly going down each and every year. And not just are we going down, but we're also seeing a huge improvement in what's being taken from inside of the vehicles. And what I mean by that is, 5-10 years ago, it used to be purses, laptops, many other things that are expensive. And now it's whatever spare change they can grab. Most of the time they're opening up a glove compartment, grabbing stuff out. They don't find anything, but they throw it on the floor. And we're getting more reports of it simply because people are waking up to it. They look at their Ring doorbell video system, and then they give us a call and they say, I actually have video of the subjects. Whereas many years ago, you wouldn't even have them reporting it anymore.
Right.
So we get an increase in reporting, we get an increase in intelligence, and we're seeing a decline in the things that are being left inside the vehicles.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any further comments, questions? Thank you, Major.
Thank you.
Moving on, item 16B, monthly infrastructure report. Mr. Acosta.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, Vice Mayor, Carlos Acosta, Public Works Director. I'm just gonna hit a couple of highlights, but if you have any specific questions on one project, I'll be happy to answer that. On page 1, under the roadway projects, just highlighting the 2 mid-block crossings. Those are progressing very well. We have all the equipment, so we're trying now to get the connection from FP&L to put the power on, and then the rest of the equipment should be installed in the next few weeks. The other projects are proceeding pretty well. Moving to page 2. On page 2, we got the first 2 projects there, the 159 Terrace Drainage Improvement Project and 166. Those are the 2 projects that are bond projects that are coming up pretty soon. They're at 100%. They're working on the 100% plans and submitting that for DERM for plans approval. So once we get those approval from DERM, we should be able to move these projects quickly into bid and out for construction before the summer starts. Moving down the list, a couple of projects are there on this sign. Canal bank stabilization, that's going pretty well. And some of the projects in West Lakes, like the Northwest 153rd and West Lakes Garden, those are also proceeding pretty fast as well. Those will be going into permits with DERM and South Florida pretty soon, but once we get those, we'll push those out as well. Moving into page 3. Right on the top, that's the West Lakes project that we just wrapped up. We're pretty much 98%. We're just closing the grant and some final payments with the contractor. The one on Northwest 83rd Place Drainage Improvement, that's the one that we also wrapped up recently, and I know the contractor have removed all the equipment and started restoring. With the recent rains that we had a couple of days ago, I spoke with one of the residents there. There was no flooding on the street, so that's really good. That's a really success story for Northwest 83rd Place Drainage Improvement Project. Moving on to the facilities projects, we completed the police parking lot fence. The only thing that is pending there is to put a key box for the Miami-Dade Fire Police to be able to open the gate if they need to. Roadway maintenance, we're doing pretty good, especially on the sidewalks. I know this year we had a little over $200,000, and we've expended most of it. We only got about another $20,000 before we run out of money this year. And then street lights, I think it was touched earlier as well. And we got a couple of roadway repairs going on in Loch Ness and other areas of the town. But we're doing pretty good in that area, subject to any questions.
Any questions of Mr. Acosta? Just want to say thank you. I know the county's repaving 67th, and
Finally.
you reached out and made sure that they did not disrupt pickup and drop off at the K-8 son. Thank you. That really helped out a lot. So.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, moving on, item 16C, Mr. Angel, welcome back.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Town Council, Daniel Angel, Building Director. Reason for this report is it was a new business item that was actually presented by Councilman Fernandez last year, where he was asking the town manager for a study on the potential impact of proposed stormwater improvements on flood insurance to be conducted. Now, as you are aware, under FEMA and under the National Flood Insurance Program, we participate in this voluntary incentive program called the CRS, the Community Rating System. We go through 5-year cycles, and we've currently maintained a Class 6 rating, which already provides our residents a 20% discount on their flood insurances. Now, that's the only way that we could continue to request these discounts. These classifications are based on 19 credible activities organized in 4 categories: public outreach, mapping of the flood-prone areas, flood damage reduction activities, and flood warning and response activities. Now, in consultation with our FEMA representative, they said that we could possibly qualify for a Class 4, which would present a 30% reduction to flood insurance rates if we conduct if we formulate a comprehensive floodplain management, document. So I've been working with our town manager, and during the next cycle, probably within the next 2 to 3 years, we'll hire a consultant so we could come up with a comprehensive floodplain management to see if we qualify for that Class 4.
I have a question, Vice Mayor.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Director Angel, I mean, one of the only things that concerns me about this item is the cost to people, right? So to do some of these things, I remember if it was Chick-fil-A or who it was, and I know it was a drive-through in town that due to our flood mitigation program, I mean, they had to do some extreme things that they've never done at any of their stores. And it cost them more than what it would cost them to pay long-term on their flood insurance rates. So that is flood insurance rates. I mean, for most people living in the town are a couple $100, $100, whatever it may be. I mean, I don't know what, maybe some of the council members could chime in as to what they pay, but yeah, that is one of my concerns, that some of the mitigations that we have in place for businesses and stuff like that are hurt them. It costs them a lot more and to do than what the insurance rate, what the savings, whatever even get close to. I mean, the netting that savings. So that, to be very honest with you, that is, it sounds phenomenal, but I've already heard of several cases throughout the last several years of people getting hurt by our flood mitigation program, because some of the stuff has never before been seen. So I don't know if you have any thoughts on that or what your thoughts are, but that is a very real concern, because we talk about protecting our residents, protecting our businesses, and I just heard some of those stories in the past that have kind of shocked me. But if you tell me that it's definitely worth it, then I got no issue with pursuing it. But what are your thoughts? Because now you're there, now you're seeing it, you're dealing with people every day. The theory on the flood stuff sounds phenomenal, but in practice, I mean, what is your personal expertise or perspective on that?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what happened with the Chick-fil-A project, but it sounds that possibly their base flood elevation was already lower than the minimum requirements in the National Flood Insurance Program. So whether we participate in this program or not, it looks like they might have still had to have gone through these mitigation processes just to comply with federal guidelines. But the only other option here is not participate in this program, and then we lose that 20% discount to our residents. So as part of our participation, we do have to comply with these certain requirements.
You kind of like answered it, but not, but I exactly that. Those requirements is what scares me. That 20% can mean, $20 a year, but that requirement on that regulation can mean a lot more in the long term in that flood mitigation for those homes and those businesses. So I just wanted to put my thoughts on the record on that, because I know while it sounds phenomenal, I know the bottom line to people, to residents and businesses that have to comply with some of that ordinance, our flood mitigation plan is extremely expensive.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Anyone else?
Yeah, I think the other thing that we have to take a look at is, right, these additional requirements that some of these businesses may be asked to do that, maybe, and I'm thinking like the Chick-fil-A site is right next to a canal, right? Probably worst case scenario, when we drove around town after ETA, that was, the bigger issue. All the canals were spilling into the areas. I think we got to look, at any expenditure we're going to make, at any policy change we're going to make sure it doesn't hurt residents. I know my flood insurance is about $800 a year, so a little bit different than the 100. But ultimately, the other thing that we have to see is, are some of these other things that they're required to do, are they effective, right? Do they actually mitigate flood, right? Because if it's a situation where, they got to pay another, $30,000 to open a Chick-fil-A, but then it doesn't flood out, when the canal, it doesn't cause a claim. So I think we'd have to look at it holistically. But I think that's, before we move forward with that process to do the comprehensive floodplain management, let's just, as we should be doing with practically everything we do, do a cost-benefit analysis and make sure that we're not inadvertently, saving a dime here and, and hurting the residents somewhere else. So, thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? Thank you, Mr. Angel. Moving on, item 16D, Mr. Bajwan.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Jeremy Bagdown, Director of Parks and Recreation. Essentially, this item before you is coming in lieu of our last council meeting in January, where there was direction to seek the feasibility of straw polling the Miami Lakes Section 1 NSD with regards to LPRs and trying to get a final consensus on if this is something that's something to push forward or not. And upon review, staff went ahead and reached out to the USPS and went through the entire business return mail service to see the cost for this, as we anticipated only 5 mail outs going out within our budget. Going through the process with them and looking at what it would cost to send out and have that business return, depending on the return rate, from 100% return rate, moving downward, you're looking at about 67% of the budget in freight and postage being required, and that's once again at 100% of a return rate. And obviously going down up to a 10% return rate, looking at 24% of that budget. That's not considering the $265 that we would need to sign up for the annual subscription to the business return mail for up to 1,000 mail outs. So it is within the budget, even at the 100% return rate. And in the case that we have to go beyond a little bit outside the 1 ounce postage, which we don't foresee being an issue, but even if we do, it's a difference about of $168 in that additional postage.
And remind me again what the total budget for that straw poll was?
The total budget for the straw poll would be at 100% return rate would be $15,585.
15,000?
No, 1,550.
1,500,
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And how soon can we get that done?
That would be pushing. So the other item in line with that is we're also putting information on a survey that we want to do that the NSD has been pushing, as well as a informational page. An informational page on what are NSDs. This is something the NSD has been pushing. It's kind of that wrong direction that we've been trying to get out there. So it would still need to go before the committee, which meet at the end of February. We'll tackle a little bit of verbiage, make sure it's fine. At that point, we'll start stuffing mailers and hope to have it out a few weeks after that meeting.
Perfect. Anyone have any questions? Yep, Councilman Coyaso.
Yeah, thank you, Jeremy. When you put it in the context of the percentage of the budget, it's kind of like, wow, why would we spend that much money? But I think, to put something that only cost maybe $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 in, right? And I appreciate you kind of being fiscally minded like that, but the reality is this money serves such a broader purpose, right? We have heard, especially in that area, how much the residents want information, right? How they want to be part of this process, how they believe in this type of engagement. So for $1,500, I think it's well worth it. Not only that, I think every year we've budgeted about $800 in mailers. Last time that I reviewed one of these NSD budgets, there was a specific mail-out cost. And, since we haven't really done mailers, think of it that's money that's been saved over the time. And lastly, it'll give you such great feedback, right? Where it's actually being brought out. The residents are going to give you the right direction, wrong direction. I think there's a lot of value just not looking at it in the silo of project costs alone, just as an opportunity to solicit input. So thank you so much for bringing that back. The one question that I did have, and it came by way of an email that I believe was sent in. I don't know if it was public comment for this meeting or if it was included as public comment for this meeting. But there was a homeowner that was concerned about how are you going to control the individuals voting in the household? Is it one vote per home? And that question, if you can clarify that.
Yes, it would go to one property owner at that address. That would be the only polling going out.
Thank you.
Any further questions?
Vice Mayor, yeah.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
So I wasn't part of the discussion at the last meeting, but just want to put my thoughts on the record. And I guess if the majority moved on with a straw poll, I would have been in favor of just getting it done. And I'll tell you why. There's a moral aspect to our decision making, right? So I know today that 100% of the tags aren't being taken at this guard gate. It's impossible, right? We know there's human error, people have to use the bathroom. So we already know that. We know that there are no police chases and no chase policy in Dade County. And I know that with my decision-making policy and all of us on the dais, that we can better serve our residents by putting LPRs there, similar to Royal Oaks. The amount of misinformation that I've heard is kind of sad. I had a conversation with one of the HOAs here the other day, and they were picking my brain on this, and I answered all the questions, and they just looked at me and was like, why haven't you guys done this? What's holding this up? And I told them, I go, look, there's a lot of stuff that's being said about this, that you know, and that people are getting monitored, that there's going to be police chases, that people are doing this and that, and which is just not true. So the moral clarity that gets injected into this is I have the ability tonight, next month, whenever, to ensure that that guard gate, where people are paying several hundreds of dollars a year for, it gets every single tag down, and it's a partnership with our police department. To me, that is a no-brainer. And even spending $1,500, yeah, that's great, but I'm sure we're going to see an incredible amount of misinformation out there. So I hope, you know, I'm sure our police department is going to be sharing their thoughts, but I can tell you, if that vote would have came up at the last meeting, I would have voted to install them. I mean, it just makes way too much sense. The vast majority of people I talk to, especially the ones that ask the questions, they all tell me, like, I don't understand why this hasn't happened yet, especially since it's already in the budget. It's budgeted for. It's not going to have a fiscal impact on people's bottom line. But yeah, so if the majority of the council move forward with paying $1,500, maybe we ask other questions, right? Should there be other improvements to the guard gate? Should we fix the roof? Should we make it look nicer? Should we fix the windows? You know, so if we're going to go in that direction, let's ask other questions. Let's take advantage of that it's going to go out and ask other questions of that to make sure that everybody's voice is heard. But I can tell you that everybody that's talked to me and I've been able to explain to them or walk them through the process, even when it comes to the rulemaking process and FDLE, where conservative Republicans wrote the rules for LPRs throughout Florida about 4 years ago to be utilized, and sheriffs everywhere are utilizing them. It's a no-brainer. I mean, everybody I've talked to, it's a no-brainer. But if the majority of the council wants to go in that direction, it is what it is. But let's take advantage that this straw poll is going out, and let's ask other questions that maybe the committee has or people have been wanting to ask.
Mr. Bergeron, I had a question. If we wanted to do this without the straw poll, right? What is the cost to the NSD?
If we want,
if we wanted to do it, approve it without the straw poll, because I agree with the mayor. I've heard from plenty of residents in that area who are in favor of this, the LPR system installed. At the end of the day, we are the ones that make the decisions on behalf of the residents of the town. I understand the request for the straw poll, but if this is something that we can get done immediately without having to incur that expense, what would be that process?
we would look at the system that was installed at Royal Oaks. I know it would say $6,500 annual subscription for 2 cameras. And then there is an installation amount that I do not recall to mind right now, as well as the initial setup. But the recurring annual cost would be that $6,500 for that system.
The mayor made mention of something of a budget neutral. Is it something that's already been budgeted for in the NSD?
The LPR infrastructure has not. I believe what the mayor was alluding to was that the mail-outs and this amount is already budgeted for.
Okay.
If I'm not mistaken.
So, I mean, look, at the last meeting, I had talked about just doing this, and then we got into the issue of the straw poll. The straw poll, depending on how soon we can get it back, at the end of the day, it's going to come back to us. So if the straw poll comes out, 60-40, 50-50, 60-40 either way, it's going to end up being our decision. If you guys can get it done quick enough, what was the timeline again?
They meet, I believe, the third Wednesday of the month, so 20, I don't have it on me right now. That Wednesday
is when we can get the return.
Is when we would ideally we wanted to finalize the verbiage that's going to go out on some of the mail outs that are part of that that straw poll anyways.
Anyway.
Yeah, we're trying to go ahead and leverage the fact that we're mailing out once, pay that postage once on the way out, and then all we're incurring really is that return mail back.
Understood.
Yeah.
Understood. All right, I mean, let's, unless anybody else has any other motions, let's just take it and do it as fast as we can, so then we can come back and make a final decision on this issue.
I'll make a motion to proceed with installing the LPRs at Section 1.
I'll second that motion.
I'll second that.
I'll second that motion. Honestly, Councilman Fernandez, I agree with you. I didn't do it because honestly, the straw poll, the cost is not the issue for me. The issue is the time. It's gonna take more time. And at the end of the day, I think we're gonna do all of this work, this legwork, and end up in the same exact spot, right? Where we're gonna hear from the residents, and we've heard from enough residents to know that this is something that they want and the residents in that area need. And for the cost that it is, I'm with Councilman Fernandez. I think that's something we should just do.
Yeah, and I think you hit it on the head, and you know I'd like to hear what the rest of my colleagues think. But if it's 60-40, 70-30, 75-25, is that going to change your vote?
Not for me. The answer is no.
You know, if right now you're sitting and you're for or against it, are you going to accept whatever that straw poll says, and you know follow the results of that straw poll, and then you know for me, I mean, I live inside the neighborhood service district. I preside over one of the HOAs. I have an overwhelming amount of people that want as much protection and as much security as we can provide, right? That is the overwhelming factor. So, you know, at the end of the day, if it comes back 70-30 on a straw poll that's non-binding, that's non-specific, like we're doing a straw poll per household. What if I have an opinion and my wife has a different opinion?
You'd be wrong.
Right. I'd be wrong. I'd be wrong, right?
Sorry, it was too easy. I couldn't let it up.
And we all know that you're right? But exactly. So I don't think it's equitable. I don't think, you know, I think there's so many things wrong with it that at the end of the day, it's gonna give us this unscientific number that isn't really, in my opinion, isn't gonna change my mind. The mail out needs to happen. The, you know, stuffing it with the straw poll, I don't know. It's not gonna make a difference for me. So I'd rather, you know, see it. At the end of the day, we're gonna make the decision anyway. And I think, and obviously we're not gonna have this discussion tonight, but I know it's a topic that's been broached before. We're ultimately the ones responsible for making these decisions. Plus, we have a committee that we've selected to make these decisions. And now we're going to go directly to the residents to ask for more input. At the end of the day, you know, we gotta put our big boy pants on, and we gotta make the decision that we're gonna make regardless. Right? So that's kind of my position on the matter. That's why I made the motion, and you know, hopefully it prevails.
Vice Mayor?
Councilman Dieguez and then Councilman Morano.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. And I hear you, Councilman Fernandez. My trepidation is, because at the end of the day, I'm all for putting on our big boy pants, and I've always been, as you know, a very big proponent that the council gets the final say. I've taken a lot of heat for that, whether it's the town manager selection committee or whatever the case may be. I've always been a proponent that we make the final decision. These other boards are advisory. However, they are advisory. My understanding is that the Section 1 Advisory Board has voted no on this. Is that correct?
It's not
Jeremy?
true.
It has never been called to a vote.
It has never been called to a vote. Why not?
Discussion has come up, but there has never been a vote taken.
Again, I ask why not. So, okay.
Because the 7 people that are on there, some of them don't want it. And that's the problem, right? That you have a group of seven people leading an area where a lot of residents that I spoke to, they know the discussion, they didn't even know the discussion had been had among the board. So some of them even thought that it had already been voted down, that the discussion had been made, that the vote came, and that it was voted down.
That's what I had heard.
That's because almost unanimously, the residents that I spoke to on that side have said, "Oh, I thought that was already done. I thought that what got voted down," and it's because the NSD hasn't wanted to bring it up.
Right.
Well, maybe they hasn't wanted to bring it up. They haven't brought it up.
Right, they don't,
For vote.
they don't have an appetite for it, and so they don't bring it up as an item to vote on.
Correct. So then it's on us to look at the residents that we have spoken to and say, well, these residents want it. And if we have someone who's been on an association president in one of the associations in that area who's telling that he has very, overwhelming support for the item, we have the mayor who's spoken to a number of residents. I have spoken to a number of residents in that area. And I'm sure all of you, the last time this was up, we received emails in support. We also received emails against, but those were people in that same board. So I'm not even sure it's going to get brought up at that board. And if the members of those 7 people who are making that decision are maybe not necessarily in tune with what we've been hearing from the area, then maybe it's time for us to make a decision and pass this ourselves. Because like Councilman Fernandez said, if that straw poll comes back 60-40 against, I'm still voting for the LPR. I'm still voting for it. So, because I think it's necessary. We got elected to make decisions, and I think it's necessary. I'm sorry. I'm not going to apologize. Sounds
No,
like
and that's
Stugatz.
fair, but I think my concern as well is that the whole purpose of having the STDs or NSDs now transferred over to the town is so that the residents have more control. So, and that's what the purpose of the advisory boards was to provide input to the council as far as how these the monies from these districts were to be spent. Clearly, they've, in my view, abdicated a role there, but that still, for me at least, means I want to hear from the residents. I'm positive, I'm almost sure that it is going to pass, right? But again, the whole point and the promise behind the NSD transfer was specifically that they would be able to opine. So I want to hear from them.
Right, if I
From
may-
the NSD, but not the straw poll.
The straw poll I would be fine with because ultimately the NSD is the representative of that area, or supposed to be, to us, to advise us on how to allocate the budgetary funds, et cetera. If they're abdicating that role, then I have no problem going beyond them to then go straight to the residents through the straw poll. That's just, again, that's the trepidation that I have. Going, not getting almost any input then in this case, and just us imposing our will. Again, I'm positive it'll pass, but again, the promise behind the entire transfer was premised on this. I'm not comfortable.
So, Councilman
Wait,
Dieguez.
Councilman Fernandez,
Yes.
Councilman Ronald wanted to go first, and then I'll go back to you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So there's a couple of things that I want to bring up that I think make this a very special case, right? In other neighborhood service districts, the board, for example, in Royal Oaks, the neighborhood service district board brought up this item and they voted in favor of it. And there were residents within the NSD that were not in favor of it. But because the board brought it up, voted on it, decided on it, they get to decide their budget, it moved forward. So here it's happening in reverse. Here we have representatives that do not want this to move forward for whatever reason. They have their reasons. I received a very compelling email from a woman who says that this shouldn't even be part of the neighborhood service district, that this should be part of our public safety campaign, and the town of Miami-Lakes should be installing and funding these cameras where we see fit. Valid point, right? I thought that it was a valid point that she brought up, along with a slew of other, legal questions that she had with regards to a bunch of things that we have never discussed here as a council, right? So I know that we all received that same email. So my questions are, number one, what is the hurry? Is there a particular reason why we can't wait another month or 2 or 5 or 6? Like, I'm not understanding why we're trying to expedite this, where this needs to happen tomorrow. I mean, is there a crime wave in Miami-Lakes Section 1 that I may not be aware of? That I just don't understand why the hurry. That's one question. Number 2, I was in favor of conducting a meeting where the residents knew that this was being brought up, so that the residents can come and petition their representatives on the neighborhood service district. Because when we create these committees and we create this process, then we don't want to override it. Because then what we're doing is that we're taking away the little bit of responsibility that we gave these appointees at some point. Now we are going above them because we received a couple of phone calls. I don't know how many people want these cameras and how many people don't. Third point that I want to make is, what is the literature that we are going to be sending out? What is it that we're going to be informing these residents that happens? Because I had people contact me and ask me certain questions about these cameras. They were under the impression that these cameras did something that they don't. These cameras cannot identify a criminal unless that criminal has stolen a car, and that stolen car has been reported. If they steal your car in the middle of the night and drive off in it, we're not going to catch them, because we're not going to know that the vehicle's stolen until tomorrow morning when you wake up. So there's things that the residents think might come as part of the installation to these cameras. I agree with the mayor. Any security is good security, right? So to me, the more security that I can have, the better. If it can guarantee me that one person's going to get caught, I'm all in, because the cost to the residents in this area is pennies, considering the amount of homes that are in this one particular section. So I just think that information is power, and we need to give them time to digest it. I don't think that we should supersede what this committee is doing. I do think that the neighbors should go and petition. If there's neighbors in the different HOAs that are in favor of this, then when there's a meeting, they should go there and they should voice their opinion. And then that board needs to be representative of their community, just like we need to be representative of our constituency. I just don't think that we should supersede that. I don't think that there's an urgency in this matter. If we don't want to do the straw poll, then we don't do it. I don't think that it's that costly either. We're not talking about, thousands upon thousands of dollars. It'll give us a little bit more information, and it'll allow us to show the board, this is what the residents in that area truly want, and we need you to have this discussion. But ultimately, even though the buck stops here, and even though we're the ultimate decision makers, I think that we should really consider all of these things and the fact that it's not an urgent matter.
Thank you. Councilman Coyaso hasn't gone, and then I'll go to Councilman Fernandez.
When I brought up the issue of the straw poll during the last meeting, it really encompasses a lot of the discussion points that Councilwoman Morano just brought forward. The uniqueness of that area, there's 7 different HOAs. Some of them already feel they have an ample security system, right? Some of them are constantly recording their own cameras. What we basically are doing is adding another recording device, right? So we're dipping into their pocket, again, asking them, right, to be duplicative. So we're double taxation on those individuals, right? And those are people, that's one of the arguments that's been used to rebut why putting it in, right? Then there are homeowners like you, right, that you don't have any recording device. Basically, anybody can go in on a public road, and your neighbors probably say, hey, I want this installed immediately, right? The uniqueness, because we have 7 individual boards and 7 unique situations, have not allowed this issue to advance forward. And just like the vice mayor maybe received 2 dozen to 200 different correspondence, just like as a mayor have, I have received an equal amount saying, no, I don't want it, whether it be based on misinformation, misguidedness, different types of perspective on this issue. I think we have an opportunity by doing a straw poll, right, to give quality information and get quality feedback. And that's what we've always been trying to do, is get quality feedback from our residents, whether it be a strategic plan, whether it be an Optimist Park bond, whether it be what we do in the town of Miami Lakes. We've always wanted feedback. And I see this as an opportunity. To answer your question directly, yes, I will do what the people say. So if 80% of the people say they want LPRs, I'm voting in favor of LPRs. I will not vote in favor of LPRs if 80% of the people tell me they don't. And you guys are free to use your vote however you wish. But to me, yes, it would be a useful tool. To answer Councilwoman Morano's points, I've been reviewing these crime statistics consistently, time and time and time again, right? I don't think we have a hot button area. But you know what? The LPRs would probably benefit maybe on the 67th Avenue corridor. Again, not dipping into these people's tax pool, right? Maybe dipping into our own resources, like I think the mayor has pushed, right? That all future proceeds of a certain budgeted silo go into future allocations. I'm all for it. I believe in the value of LPR, but we're dipping into these people's money. And if we're going to do that, let's give them an opportunity to give us the quality feedback that we say we want. Lastly, if we're going to do whatever we're going to do and not listen to committees or listen to the people, then why have committees, right? Why have special tasking district boards? Why say, hey, have a meeting and give us your feedback if we're going to do whatever we want to do anyway, right? So if that's going to be the position, then let's look to dissolve the NSD boards. Let's say, hey, we don't need your input. We know what's best, and we're going to do whatever we're going to do. So I cannot support your item, Councilman Fernandez. I cannot support it because I have been out to those meetings. I have been hearing from the residents, and I've seen the stalemate of misinformation and maybe misguided, right, to use the mayor's quotes, but I have also seen people who truly don't want it. So, you know, I think a straw ballot would be good on this issue, and I think it's very needed.
Councilman Fernandez.
I'm going to agree with you based on one word that you said, quality. And a straw ballot is as close to garbage data as you could ever try to get. It is up there with sending them a link to SurveyMonkey and having them respond to that. A straw ballot is not quality data. It's not, there's no quality to it, right? So either we go the route of making the decisions ourselves, or we put it on the ballot. We put it on the November ballot. It is not quality. A straw poll is not quality data. Not quality data, right? Not to make this decision. Now, let's go back, and it's unfortunate that Councilman Dieguez is indisposed because I wanted to speak to his point. Our pledge when we took over the neighborhood service districts, right, was to do the things that he said, to give it, oh, there he is. So, Councilman Dieguez, I was speaking to your point on the NSDs, right? I think the pledge that was made when we took over the NSDs is for members of those NSDs to have a place to go to have representation, and to be able to make their voices heard. That was previously stuck in the county bureaucracy in a department that nobody knew existed until it made it onto the ballot, right? I think we've gone leaps and bounds closer to giving them ownership of the issue. The committees, the NSD committees, are our creation, and our creation post the ballot, that was all done after. That wasn't proffered before. That was something that was done, that we created after, right? And now I'll speak to Councilwoman Rano's point. The hurry, the time, is that they've been discussing this for 3 years, and it's locked up, and it's not that difficult of a decision to take 3 years, right? That, I think, is the hurry, right? The fact that they haven't been able to bring it up to a vote is befuddling to me. Up or down, that they haven't taken that to a vote. I don't understand how that's happened. I know definitely my HOA's representative on that board is extremely in favor of doing it. So I don't know if it's been procedural. I don't know if it's, you know, if they've run out of time to discuss it and it's never come up. I don't know how that is. Maybe it's as simple as us requesting, requiring, forcing, encouraging them to take a vote on it at their next meeting. Maybe that is enough, you know, juju for you know, participation and making sure that because, you know, we're gonna hear their opinion on it one way or the other. But at the end of the day, we keep spinning it around, and you know, and ultimately the decision is ours. You know, ultimately the decision is ours. I think it's also unfortunate that Councilman Alvarez isn't here, because it's myself, the mayor, and Councilman Alvarez that live inside that NSD, that hear those things firsthand, that live those situations firsthand. You know, if the will to do it tonight isn't there, then my follow-up to that would be to, you know, put it on the NSDs and make them give us a decision one way or another, and then we'll come back and we'll discuss this again. My opinion will still probably not change, in all fairness, but we will then know what the will of the NSD board is, this mystery that has escaped us for this long.
Who creates the agenda for the NSD meetings?
They create it, and if there's any administrative items, we'll tag it on after, but they'll approve it before we go ahead and finalize the agendas.
They have to approve it?
Ideally, yes. In some cases, if we have a last-minute item that's administrative or executive, not executive, operational, we'll add that. But their base agenda is developed by them through the chair.
Okay. Councilman Dieguez wanted to speak on the item.
Yeah,
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I'm going to go to you right after, Mayor.
Yeah, so question, Jeremy. So it's developed by the chair. Okay, so that makes sense. But what rules are they guided by?
The basic Robert's Rules of Orders and Sunshine.
Okay, so I'm actually leaning toward Councilman Fernandez's idea, which is we direct them to give back an opinion one way or the other on this. It can be a notice meeting that obviously, you can call back the residents and tell them to speak out, and I'm actually very interested in attending this meeting, so I'd love to, to be there and see it for myself. But I think, again, I'm a big stickler for process, so I want to make sure that we're having a process where we're involving the residents, because actually, even though we're talking about that these boards are our creation, you're absolutely right, they were created in part because the biggest pitch, including from the mayor, was that they would have input. So this was the input process. And then, subsequently I try to add a bit more to it with the right track, wrong track question. But again, on this specific issue, I just want them to opine one way or the other, and then, have it come to us. But again, I want the promise of the NSD to be lived out.
And if I could, as a point of clarification, so in the past, what has happened with the lack of no vote is it's kind of been left on the back burner as they had to wait out the finalization of their landscaping and lighting project, just because that was a large capital expenditure. So they continued to wait, that got delayed, they continued to hold off. That was my understanding of the temperature from the committee. And then part of that entire process, and why it's been discussed so much, and this answers one of the other questions that Councilwoman Ruano had, was that our PD actually attended 2 of these meetings and gave full debriefings on LPR systems, how they manage in the town, how they're managed legally, federally, the information that can be pulled, public records, information that is allowed, not allowed. All that was discussed actually at 2 different meetings with the committee. But my understanding is because they didn't want to pull the trigger, they didn't want to maybe make that decision until they finalized our capital, the lighting and landscaping, it kind of kept getting pushed.
Okay,
Mr. Mayor.
understood. But I would be, again, just to reiterate support for his point about forcing them to take a vote on the issue. Their job is to advise ultimately, so.
Mr. Mayor.
So I just want to give some brief history. So I was the one that went to the county. I asked to change the county charter to give us this responsibility. I promised everybody we could do it in a more efficient way. When it went up to the ballot countywide, the Miami Herald went against it. I remember I was the only elected official that campaigned openly for it. I remember going on the radio, and even the radio host telling me, he's like, look, cities are way too dysfunctional. They can't make decisions. Things are going to get lost. The services aren't going to get better. And one of the promises was that we would, at the same rate, and lowered, I know we lowered the vast majority of special taxing districts, that we were going to provide a better service, which we have. But it goes back to my point. I know, as mayor, somebody who advocated for this change, that what people are paying for, in this one in particular, $208, what's been promised to them, they're not getting. There is no chance without an LPR that we get 100% of tags coming in. It's not possible. It's not humanly possible. People have to use the restroom. People have shift changes. There's a lot of things that happen, and dozens of license plates go through there every single day with nobody getting it down. And that's a fact. And I know that the LPR can bridge that gap without taking the guard out. But now we can get to 100%. Now our detectives, if there's ever an issue, if somebody drives in and steals a car, and now we know which car they drove in with, there's a lot of different things. But that is why when people talk about why the urgency, why, maybe we can hold this off for another month, 2 months, 3 months. But I know tonight, if we vote on this and we install it a week from now, that promise of ensuring, hey, you're paying $208 a month, that 100% of the tags are being taken, we can fulfill that. And I think that to us is integral. That is why that promise was made. Unfortunately, what happens with this one in particular is that you have different HOAs. For example, the majority there are lake maintenance districts that have never dealt with security issues. Yet, you have Regatta Point. Regatta Point doesn't have a security guard anymore. But even the folks here in the Anchorage, when they talk about security, they're like, man, that's a home run. Let's do it, because they manage a guard gate every day. But this is the one that they don't do that every day. They're focused on different aspects. But again, that's where I'm coming from, and why the urgency. I know today for a fact, 100%, we are not getting every single tag, and it is not possible without installing an LPR. And because of that human aspect, doesn't matter. We could pay guards $50 an hour. People have to use the restroom. Cars get backed up. They change the shift. Maybe somebody shows up late. It happens every single day. But I know tonight, if I vote on this and it passes, it sounds like it possibly won't pass. But if it passes, that promise that you're getting the best bang for your buck tonight, I can sleep well and say, hey, now we've delivered to our residents that promise that, hey, for $208, we're providing the best service possible. But I know tonight, if this doesn't pass, we are not providing the best service possible. And I can't blame it on the committee, because the reality is a lot of them, I was there at one of the meetings when they brought it up. They couldn't make a decision. You had residents speaking in favor there as well. You had board members speaking in favor, but they went back. They asked for more, what the dollars look like. What does this look like? Those decisions are very difficult. That's why we get elected. But yeah, I appreciate their work, but I know that by my vote tonight, if this were to pass, I can provide the best bang for people's buck, ensuring that 100% of the tags are taken, at least here.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilman Coyaso.
Jeremy, clearly our vendors are not performing, right? Not every single tag is being taken. Is there anything in your contract that allows you to take recourse against our vendors? Or is there anything in the contract that continues to hold, that would allow us to hold our vendors accountable for the tags not being taken?
Yes, in the case where a guard is not taking down a tag or missing any protocols, part of their standard of operations, yes, there's a minor and major fee that is assessed. And we have done this for both vendors that provide services within our town.
Since the mayor knows this for a fact, I would tell you, get with the mayor and start enforcing our contract, because that's one thing that we can do to start making sure that all the tags are being taken and maybe mitigate some of this exposure that we're currently experiencing right now, the tags not being taken.
Jeremy, wait a
Guys,
second.
hold on.
My name was brought up.
Guys,
and I'm sorry, because my name was brought up, so I'm definitely going to rebuttal this.
All right.
Jeremy,
go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
Jeremy, do human beings use the restroom?
Yes. I use the restroom, and I'm a human being. I'll leave it at that.
No, but I'm asking you, is there a restroom inside of that guard gate?
Yes.
In an 8-hour shift, how many times does a human being need to use a restroom?
A good amount of times.
And what happens when that person's in the restroom? I mean, the reality is, if maybe their stomach hurts and they're in there for a long period of time, like happens to every human being, what happens? Because there is a human aspect to this. That we have to be empathetic. People are people. People are not robots. But if there's a way to enhance what they're doing, it is common sense. But human beings in an 8-hour shift are going to need to use the restroom. They're going to need to eat. There will be mistakes made. I don't think we should penalize people for, hey, yeah, they went to use it. The reality is we have tools to make sure that we're assisting them to do their job better. And that's where I'm coming from. I'm not here to penalize people. The reality is human beings are human beings, and we need to be empathetic. They need to use a restroom. We cannot be paying people $12, $13, $14 an hour to stand there and expect them to get every single tag and not use the restroom, not eat, and not be a human being. The reality is every person on this dais takes breaks from their jobs, takes a break, gets a phone call, does this and that, but we expect different from other people. But we know that for a small amount of money, we can take them and assist them to take their jobs 100%. But that's my thing. They are human beings, and we need to be empathetic, but at the same time, we know that there's resources to assist to take this to that level.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to go to Councilman Fernandez, and I'm going to speak, and then we're going to call it.
I applaud the mayor for taking such a humanistic perspective. I'm going to take a slightly more logical one. What is the contractual practice or what's in the contract as far as the guard needs to go to the bathroom or eat lunch or do all those other things?
They are granted their lunch and or dinner, depending on their shift, is a pre-identified time. And typically, you'll have their roving supervisor also assist in that. But in the case that, just like the restroom, or in the case of there's not that roving super guard, they have to place the guard is either at restroom or at break sign, and at that point, the gate is left open.
But the contract doesn't provide for the roving guard to cover their
It's
bathroom
it's not a
breaks.
roving guard, it's a supervisor.
Right.
It's a
For that-
supervisor.
exactly. Doesn't provide for that, right?
Correct.
It's not, I need to go to the bathroom, let me call my supervisor, let me come and have
Correct,
him-
correct.
Right. So the vendor is performing to the extent of the contract that we negotiated, correct?
Correct. I haven't had any issues as of late, and we have been in the past when these issues arise. Technically, we would be giving them that notice prior to issuing these fines, and we
Right.
haven't gotten down to that.
No, because
lately.
there was an allegation that, that was not the case, so I wanted to clear the air. I'm done.
All right. I think I'm going to clear this up real quick. All right. Unless Councilman Dieguez changes his mind, this is going to be a stalemate. So I'm going to make a motion to do the following. I make a motion to amend the existing motion from Councilman Fernandez. No straw poll, that you set up an administrative item at their next NSD meeting, okay? And we can all show up. We can notice as many residents. I'll tell every single resident that spoke to me to go to that meeting. And at that meeting, they will have to make a decision. Based on their decision, we will then come back in March and make a final decision on this once and for all. And that saves us money for a straw poll that, as Councilman Fernandez indicated, is really pretty much worthless. And it gives the NSD an opportunity to be heard. And it gives us an opportunity to go there and voice our opinions. So that is my motion.
I'll second it.
Thank you. Any discussion on that motion? Seeing one. Yes.
Yep. How are you going to get the information out to the residents that this meeting is going to be taking place? And how can you ensure that all of the residents are notified about the meeting?
Jeremy?
It would be the same public notice for all of our committee meetings. We would also then, we advise, and Christina's doing a great job at advising of upcoming meetings so that they can inform each HOA individually as well. But typically, it's the same route for noticing our meetings here and noticing any other public meeting.
Could we use the opportunity to use one mail out and just notify all the homeowners? Again, it's within the budget. It's been part of the mission that we have never really taken the opportunity to do, to inform the individuals, and maybe even giving them that fact sheet, maybe some of the police information, to allow them to be educated about what's going to be voted on, so then we can ensure maximum resident participation. Do you think, or maybe you're the wrong person, would you be open to doing at least one mailer to send out information to the residents?
No, the notice is going to be enough.
All right, I can't support the item. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jeremy, I think you asked earlier, when was this meeting taking place? I have it in
Yes.
the calendar. Miami Lake Section 1, the Guard Gate District meeting is February 23rd. Wednesday at
7? Or is it
5:30, from
5:30?
5:30 to 6:30.
If I may, one of the reasons why I brought this up originally was because the homeowners don't know that these meetings are happening. And so if we're not gonna inform them in any different fashion, if they don't know that the meetings are happening now, and they're not gonna know that the meetings are happening, and I'm not blaming anyone, right? You drive through the guard gate, if you don't look at the sign, you don't look at the sign. The sign is there.
I did forget to mention that as well. Thank you for bringing that up. So we do also put the sign the week of a meeting at the entrance and exit of the guardhouse and the resident lane as well.
Right,
So
the signs are there, I see them, I drive in and out of there almost on a daily basis. There are many instances, I can vouch for what the mayor says, where the guards are not taking tags. They're just not. I drive by there maybe once or twice a day, maybe. And, most of the times they're in the bathroom. So if there's really nothing contractually that says that you cannot use the restroom 45 times a day, there's no reason why you can't spend the day in the bathroom and not take the tags.
Excessive amounts would call for a supervisor to come and inspect.
They installed cameras, right, to supervise their own guards, correct? So that there should be no reason why this is happening. Now, in my community, you cannot leave the gate open. If you're gonna use the restroom, you have to leave the gate closed. If you're in the restroom for 10 minutes, then whoever's there has to wait 10 minutes. Or honk to let you know that you need to get out of the restroom. There's no reason why these gates should be left open and why they're not taking every tag. But to me, I can't support this if we're not gonna notify the residents in any other fashion, because then we're gonna have a meeting with no one there either way.
So the entire discussion that we just had was allow the NSD to do their job. This is allowing the NSD to do their job. We're gonna show up at an NSD meeting with the NSD representatives, and it'll be noticed how all their meetings are noticed, right? Because they've had these discussions without any special notice before, right? So why should we notice any more than what they've done it in the past? Give the regular notice, post it at the gate. You guys, everyone can call. All the people that called you and said no, have them show up. I'm gonna call the people that called me and saying they wanted it. I'm sure the mayor will do the same. I'm sure Councilman Fernandez will do the same. And we'll see at that meeting what the discussion looks like, what the decision is, and then at the end of the day, we'll be back here and we will have to make a decision based on that information. So I'm gonna call a question on my motion as amended.
Just a point of, and I don't know, clarification. I have received a request to reopen public comments. Apparently there's some.
No, I'm calling the question on this motion.
All right, thank you.
Are we on the
Madam
amendment or
Clerk.
the motion? I apologize.
On mine as amended, that was seconded by you.
Gotcha.
I think
Council?
I think we
Yes.
need to wait for the mayor to come back, because if not, we're gonna end up in the same position that we were in last time.
That's what it is.
There it is. All right.
Okay. So the roll call is on the motion that Vice Mayor Rodriguez just made, seconded by Councilmember Dieguez. Councilmember Dieguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Coyaso.
No.
Councilmember Ruano.
No.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Back on the main motion as amended. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Okay. All right. Moving on. Item 16E. Mr. Bajwan.
Report on Miami Lakes Optimist. Unfortunately, I just saw that Lynn left, but we just had our Food and Wine Festival. So it's always great as a Parks Director, not only to see our kids that typically use the fields and those that participate in our programs, but to see the big kids at the park as well. I know it wasn't just the park that pulled them out. There might have been some food and beverages, but it was good to see everyone out there for that event. As far as the JUA, on amendments number 10, we have not received anything back from the school board as of yet. We have been pushing for these amendments and these, what we hope to be the last set of exchanges back and forth. I'm hoping to have that for the next council meeting as soon as we get it from the from the school board.
Excellent.
Opening day is the 19th, and as
Pumped.
far as dugouts, I just wanted to bring that up as well. We did receive note today from our vendor. There are materials that have not shipped and may be on hold due to a stop of Schedule 40. So moving forward, finding this out today, I will be looking into matters of seeing if we can purchase the materials ourselves and trying to expedite this. Staff is working directly with the club on bi-weekly updates from this vendor.
I had one comment. Pinto Bees Field this week only had a bench on one side and one dugout for some reason. We've had practice out there this week, and only one of the dugouts had a bench, so the kids had to sit in the dirt. We had a little practice game, and
I'll take a look into that and see where it got moved to.
got it.
The same thing with the T-ball fields. It looks like one of the benches may have been relocated to another area of the park.
It may be those our huge contingent of tennis players that are now starting to show up.
Maybe.
So I'll take a look at that though.
Might need to get some tennis benches. Anyone else?
Yeah, and lastly, Jeremy, and I know I mentioned this during my briefing, and I know that you've been briefed as well. There is some true concern with some of the Optimist Club individuals with the lack or maybe losing of certain types of play areas, in particular the T-ball fields. that growth in that program has been exponential, and it's continuing to feed the other programs, which is a good thing, right? So I just wanted to make sure that you have the opportunity to speak to the Optimist Club leadership and make sure that there's a plan in place to make sure that they can continue to accommodate that growth.
Definitely, and in the conceptual that'll go with that JUA, and before you, we did already relocate and identify that exact space for the T-ball. We'll look into the actual planning for future expansion and how we can still accommodate that our young stars as they start their process in playing the sport.
I actually have a recommendation for that. That huge high school field that we're gonna have as part of the plan, throughout the week and the weekend during regular Optimist time, chances are it's not really going to be used because our older divisions at Optimus have fewer games. There's fewer teams. The 6U, 8U, and 10U are the ones that are the most used. They have their fields, right? You can actually split that larger field into two in the outfield. The T-ball kids, most of them, they play right now in that little area by the tennis courts. Most of it is grass anyway. Throw down some bases. Have them run around. You can actually have two games in that same big. I think it's big enough if you do the corners, but I'll let you analyze that.
That's one of the alternatives that has been presented. You probably fit more than two fields.
There you go.
On the large field one.
Yeah, exactly.
But we'll still work it out and make sure that the club is on board with whatever we look to implement.
Awesome.
But that is taken into consideration.
Perfect. Thank you. Anything else on Optimus? None. Item 16F. Drive like your children, play here. Eventually, you're gonna get to sit down. Don't worry.
I know. I'll sit down. I'm gonna shoo everyone out of here pretty soon. This item is coming on the heels of the November council meeting with the direction for staff to go ahead and take a look at a permanent sign PSA type notice on driving like your kids live here around our pocket parks. This was a great initiative by the Public Safety Committee with their temporary signage. But this report in front of you intends on providing a recommendation for locations, the style of the signage, as well as giving you an idea of what the price figure will be on this project. The proposed signage, as you can see, it looks just like the rest of our park signage, so it'll be uniform. It won't be anything that is going to detract from our pocket parks. It is 3 feet by 2 feet wide. The way we looked at it was a phased approach, initially for cost. As you can see, we'll go through that soon, but the phased approach aims at tackling the 15 first most prevalent high-speeding locations, just by looking at the roadways, looking at natural breaks in traffic, if there's a stop sign directly next to it, if there's a curve that will force someone to slow down versus Dade Pine Ave, which is an extended long street with not any real traffic flow obstructions. So those first phase 1 locations target areas just for that, along our major thoroughfares, along our longer roads, and even our maybe P90 there in K9 Cove isn't drive like your kid plays there. It's more like drive like your pets live here. So that's something that I also put in there as well. But on that frontage road, as you can assume, that's probably one of the higher speeding locations. Looking at the phase cost, these are estimates pulled from the vendor who did our park signage and pulled up-to-date numbers for the sign materials installation and our approximate permitting costs. Phase 2 really aims at equalizing and making it a little more even as far as the signage. Phase 1, just by the layout of the roads, is predominantly on the east side. While the PSA and the real notice to everyone driving throughout town is to pay attention to all parks. The idea in phase 2 is then to equal out so that the west side has sufficient signage as well. Once again, you'll see the phase 2 cost there. Total comes out between the two phases to a little over $78,000. One-time capital, if we were to bulk this together, would be a savings roughly of $10,000. And then the other option to consider when evaluating this is if we move to one-sided signage, saving about $1,800 or $1,200 per sign. So bringing our price range from anywhere from $48,000 to $36,000. I also included all the locations there, just for any questions or comments.
Vice Mayor.
Yes, Mr. Manager.
I know that this item was originally brought by Councilmember Alvarez, who's not here tonight.
Yeah.
And what, talking again about the carry forward amendment that we're going to bring to you next month, when we bring it to you next month, we're going to have a series of recommendations, and then we're going to have some other projects to consider. This project here will be on the side, or on that list of other projects to consider, over and above the ones that we recommend.
Got it. So we don't have to decide on this tonight. We can.
I don't, because other than the carry forward, there's no other money to consider to pay for this, right?
We can wait for that.
The only thing that, we'll provide it to you in the carry forward amendment item, and then what we'll do is, we're gonna have the carry forward amount, then the list of what we recommend, and then some other projects for you to consider, for you to horse trade or trade off on them.
Got it. I did have one question. The one-sided, are you gonna be able to, if you did that, are you actually gonna be able to position them in a way where?
On any corner park, it would make some sense, but on the other parks, it would be essentially a flat-facing sign. So until you're quite parallel with it, you wouldn't really see it.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm just here to give options.
Right.
Yeah.
If I
Councilwoman.
may, Vice Mayor, thank you so much for the presentation, and the signs are really beautiful, but you lost me at $78,000. I can't fathom. I'd like to ask Public Works how many sidewalks I can get for $78,000. I can't.
Yeah, a lot.
I'm not happy with the current signs that we have, the temporary ones that were provided by the Public Safety Committee. I think that they've gotten ugly and weathered and kind of topsy-turvy, so I don't love those. But I can't imagine with all of the infrastructure needs that we have spending, $78,000 on this kind of signage. But I appreciate the presentation.
And those are estimates. This, because of the amount, it actually would have to go out to solicitation. So, but this is just to give you a ballpark figure.
That's kind of why I asked about the one-sided, because it's a big number for this. But I get it. I understand. And thank you again for the presentation. Anyone else? We'll see what happens next month. Nope. Thank you. Is that it? Attorney's report.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and I will be brief.
Please.
First of all, point out that I do miss Raul being here, so I just want to point that out. But thank his trust in allowing me to serve you guys tonight. Regarding Northwest 170th, I do want to ask for an executive session to be in the next week or two. So I need a motion on that and to be approved.
It's on 170th?
Yes.
Okay. I'll move it. Executive session on 170th?
Yes.
I'll move it.
Second.
Can we try to plan it for a morning executive
Day.
session?
That's fine. What I'll do is, once you all provide dates that you're available, or that if the clerk can provide that date, then I can just clear with Raul's schedule, make sure that he's available that morning.
Okay.
Gina will coordinate it. Okay. Okay. So besides that, I just want to quickly mention that next month we should be coming up with, I know many of you have asked me, a golf cart ordinance, so hopefully I'm working with Susanna and bringing that for you next month. I want to thank her for working. There's a couple of ordinances that are going to be coming in second reading and this one first, so she's very busy and working and helping out. One notable, just briefly, last month, one of the wonderful things that I've noticed not recently, it's been building, right? We have a phenomenal team of code enforcement folks, but with Danny, the communication's just been really much better, much more enhanced. This last month, I think we only had, out of like 10 cases, all of them settled. There was only one that came forward. And the reason that happened is just communication. I hear something, he hears something, we meet together, we talk about it, we meet with the resident, we tell the resident what he needs to do, he gets it done, and by the time that the hearing comes forward, they've already settled on it. It's already been fixed. So I just wanted to give kudos to Danny. And that's all I got.
Thank you, Mr. Angel. All right.
I have a question for the town attorney. Lorenzo, during the executive session, I guess you'll give us a briefing on the oral arguments on how they went. I don't know. I wasn't participating.
We can discuss a little bit on the oral arguments. Councilman, essentially, I think, I don't want to say too much, but I think that our team did rather well in presenting and exposing our arguments. And I can say that because I feel that some of the actual judges up there did, continue asking questions with regards to the road transfer agreement. We'll have to see. We've got some time, and we can discuss a little bit more about what our thoughts are on the third DCA and where we can go from there. The third DCA could take between 3 to 6 months to render a decision back, and sometimes even longer. So we'll have to wait. And by the way, it doesn't go without saying thank you for your support and looking for our budget and looking out for us. So I want to thank you for that.
And lastly, it's a point of personal privilege. While we've been sitting up here on this dais, debating and deliberating very important town business, an individual appears to have taken his own life and taken the life of 2 children. And I think at least a moment of silence and prayer for that family and the grief that they're going to be going through. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, everyone. This meeting is adjourned.